around the globe and locally. Welcome to this particular event, African Excellence, uh, Tech Excellence, I should say, 2021. Today, we're going to be talking to a number of different people, but just to get an idea of what it is, we want everybody. I just want to highlight some of the things that we've been able to accomplish thus far. One of which is be able to put people together from across the globe. I myself, I'm here stationed in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. I have team members who are in different time zones. I have a gentleman in Toby that's in Nigeria. I have the sponsor of this event, the organizer of this, main organizer for this event, Dr. Remdule, who is actually in Maryland, also in the U.S. And on and on. We have people that are in transit to Nairobi, Kenya, and also going to be on today. So we have the continent of Africa being represented both in diaspora and on the continent. So I want everybody to be able to understand that tech excellence doesn't come by chance, but by precise planning and a lot of effort. So I want to thank everybody in advance for tuning in. My name is Victory Yemi Oluwasegun, commonly known as Victory these days, but it's almost, my name is almost like an oxymoron, because Oluwasegun actually means victory, and victory in my language means Oluwasegun. So if you want to call me Victory, I'll accept it. If you want to throw in a Yemi here and there, I'll accept that as well. I'll be your host for today's event, and it's my pleasure to be a part of such a auspicious event. So as people continue to chime in through our broadcast, we're actually broadcasting live on YouTube. We're broadcasting live on IG, and I believe on Facebook as well. So however which way you are connected to the internet, to social media, to your environment, today will be the day to chime in and to see what it is that's going on in Africa or for Africa, and some of the ideas that are making waves across the globe. It is not by chance that you just understand this. Some people say, oh, these things happen by chance. You just right place at the right time. No, it's not. No coincidence. No, It's intention. People have put forth a lot of intention. So I welcome everybody that has put forth intentions to be with us today. Again, my name is Victory Yemi Oluwasegun, and I will be your moderator and host for today's event. By way of introduction, I've given you my name. And for those who are just chimed in, again, my name is Victory Yemi Oluwasegun. I go by Victory Oluwasegun these days because I want you to understand that I am a victory, and what I do is victory, and all I look for is a win-win scenario. So that's the only time you will see me in the public face, if there's a win-win scenario going on. I don't want to say by accolades, but by my history, I'm a technologist at heart. I've been in this space since, funny enough, I was speaking to one of my friends just 2 days ago, and asked me the question, when did you start? And I started in technology 1989. So for some of you, you were a little bit younger than I was. Some of you were not existing at the time. Some of you were are actually still with us. So I appreciate all of you, because over these past years, I have used technology as an accelerator. And that's what I want most of everybody to get out of today's event. Understand that we are, excuse me, guys. That was, I gotta do better with these communication things. So anyway, so if you take that hint, if you have any mobile devices that ring out loud, try to mute them at this time, if possible. Try to make sure that you are in a space where you will not be disturbed. Yeah, so back to introduction. So my name again is Victory Oluwasegun, technologist over the past 20 plus years in the space of infrastructure today. Today I hold a position in a company called Jamboro. We actually have our one of our founders on today's panel, so I will let him do the introduction of the company. I stand as the CIO, where I manage the infrastructure for that environment, and I'm a senior infrastructure engineer for CMS. today. So that's the Center for Medicaid and Medicare Services in the United States. And in that role and the roles I've had in the past, my objective is to make sure that we have secure environments for the data that we collect, the information that's being showcased, and that everybody's healthcare information is well secured. So that's my function in my job. When I'm not doing that, I am a proud African, making sure that the technology space in Africa is being pushed forward. So without any further ado, I want to bring forth the curator of today's event, someone who is near and dear to my heart. I have the actually pleasure of introducing someone that I have affectionately called Auntie. Over the years, I've seen her grow and do amazing things. And all I keep saying to myself is, "That's my auntie. That's my auntie." I can't. I'm always excited to see her rise. And at every moment, at every time, the humility in this woman's heart amazes me, because there's no one that I would rather be lockstep with in life's travels. So I appreciate this person very much. I'll allow her to do her introduction. It's actually going to be mind-blowing in my opinion about what has transpired. But today's event is being curated by no other than my dear aunt, Dr. Remy Dewey. Dr. Remy Dewey, are you on the line? Dr. Remy, can you unmute your mic?
My apologies. Thank you so much, Victory. I really do appreciate that warm introduction, and also just being here with you and so many others is very, very rewarding and enriching. Thank you all very much. I have a very few remarks before we get into the real reason why we're here. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you. It is my great pleasure to welcome you to the first edition of the African Techcellence Summit. On behalf of the Legacy Premier Foundation and our partners globally, I would like to thank all our speakers and participants alike for making it a date with us today. Indeed, it's been a long time coming. I want to also acknowledge delegates, representatives from the tech community and all other sectors, stakeholder groups who are with us today. I will start by highlighting notable events in the African tech space. Over the past few months, October 2020 would forever be a time to remember, as the African tech space witnessed the acquisition of Paystack by Stripe for a record $200 million, one of the largest acquisitions in the history of the continent. This by no means was a Herculean feat that signaled a new dawn in Africa's tech ecospace. The coming months followed with more interesting and noteworthy news, with startups like Mono closing 500,000 pre-seed investment from early stage investors. According to a report by Disrupt Africa, the year 2020 was a record-breaking one for African tech startups, with 397 companies securing US dollars $701 million worth of investment. That is huge, guys. The report also details how Kenya, Nigeria, South Africa, and Egypt are the premier investment destinations on the continent. The year 2021 has also begun on a great note for African startups. Just a few months back, Nigerian fintech Bankly raised $2 million seed funding. Kuda, Nigeria's first mobile-only bank, also raised $25 million. And more recently, on Wednesday, March 10th, 2021, Flutterwave announced it has secured $170 million as part of a successful Series C round, whose co-founder is one of our panelists today. Such an honor, and we share the same birthday, March 28th. So I'm excited to be looking forward to seeing him. It's no mean feat, to say the least. African startups become a force to be reckoned with globally. despite the seemingly difficult economic landscape of the continent. These numbers are proof that Africa has the world's ears and many are listening. However, we must look deeper into the real questions at hand. With a growing pool of globally recognized talents spread across the length and breadth of the continent, and an emerging industry valued in billions of dollars, the African economy still suffers greatly in terms of circumspect impact. Accordingly to projections from the international futures, sub-Saharan Africa accounts for roughly 60% of the global population living in poverty in 2020. This rather alarming data highlights the disparity between the potential of the continent's resources and the current economic state. It can be said that a continent like Africa, with all her resources, human and industrial alike, should not be in such position. Today, around the world, we have seen the role of technology in advancing economies and its impact on improving our overall quality of life. Africa should not be an exception, which is why we are gathered here today. This year's theme, Unlocking the Full Potential of Technology for African Development, is aimed at exploring the vast opportunities for development through technology that abound in Africa, whilst exploring solutions to existing problems that inhibit social economic growth on the continent. We have with us today notable figures from across the African tech space. We're so honored to engage us in several sessions around our theme for the event. We hope to tackle real issues and arrive at practical solutions to help move our great continent forward. On a final note, ladies and gentlemen, I wish you a successful virtual meeting and an amazing experience today. I thank you.
Awesome, awesome. Thank you, Dr. Remy, for that warm opening remarks. I really appreciate your time that you've put into this particular event, and it's not by any chance any small feat. So with that, without any further ado, I want us to get into our first panel for today, and I will have the pleasure of introducing these fine individuals, and I think it will be. I think she hinted at one of them, so I'll go ahead and start with that gentleman, and that is none other than Inyi Oluwa Aboyeji. Sometimes these names get me as well. So he is actually general partner and co-founder of Future Africa. That's a platform that provides capital, coaching, and community for mission-driven innovators building an African future where purpose and prosperity is within everyone's reach. Prior to co-founding Future Africa, he served as a deputy director general, that is, for the Madam Obe Ezekwesili 2019 presidential campaign. He has also helped to build the Andela and Flutterwave. These are two of Africa's largest and fastest growing technology companies backed by global investors. Flutterwave in particular became a unicorn in 2021, as was mentioned earlier. And that was no feat by raising that $170 million and now valued at over $1 billion in valuation. I'm getting a message that we can't hear anything. Can we just confirm? Can someone just confirm we can hear? Okay. Yes. Okay. All right. So, without any further ado, let me continue. I believe we have everybody can hear me now. Is that yes? Thumbs up. All right. Good. All right, so that was just a quick test. Forgive that slight interruption there. As I continue, so Flutter Wave also was able to raise $170 million, and that contributed to a valuation of $1 billion. And this is by no means without the part of this young man. So Inyoluwa, who is more popularly known as E, holds a bachelor's degree in legal studies from the University of Waterloo and is a World Economic Forum Young Global Leader. He also sits on the board of a number of corporate and nonprofit organizations and advises a number of national and subnational governments across Africa on how to support the high growth being experienced in innovation-driven enterprises and in those particular domains. So that's him in a nutshell. That's just a small piece of what you have in store. By way of introduction, I have another gentleman by the name of Moses Onitilo. This gentleman is a 26-year IT veteran with a background in ITSM, ITIL, digital transformation, AI, blockchain, encryption, security, process transformation, IT strategy, governance, enterprise management, and emerging technologies. Now, if you don't understand anything that I said today, that's fine. Guess what? He's going to be on this panel right now when we get to dive into some of these different things. And so you can hear exactly what this means and how the approach is. So he's a fintech entrepreneur creating emerging technologies that solve problems facing the grassroots of sub-Saharan Africa. He's currently the founder and CTO that is, of Jamboro Limited. That's Africa's first intelligent B2B AI and blockchain financial inclusion fintech platform. And also Deep Learning Science Limited. That's a digital transformation and software development outsourcing firm. He's also the former founder and managing partner partner at Principal Technologies. That's a 20-year digital transformation and ITSM consulting company in the US with Fortune 500 and European clients. Let me just make sure. And also today he co-leads with Jambro as a financial technology platform that provides white label solutions, and that's software as a service to provide access to financial services for the informal, unbanked, and underbanked sectors of Africa to promote economic and financial inclusion. Jambro's application platform provides an AI-driven software to digitize the informal micro lending, nano lending, and microfinance economy. Jambro provides insights on customers to our clients based on the data collected to help them increase revenue and provide other services such as insurance, financial education through third-party partners. Jambro can be located online at jambro.com. Deep Learning Science on the other hand, is a global software and data analytics, smartphone and mobile application development, and also the design. Yes, can you hear? You can hear it?
Yeah.
Is that Mr. Onitilo? Yes, we can hear you.
Come on, the internet has been working okay.
All right. So, yes, we can hear you, Mr. Onitilo. So, and that's him in a nutshell. And the third part of our panelists today is Jeffrey Bizot Mattis. He is the CEO and co-founder of the Plugged app. That's a startup app empowering Black creatives and entrepreneurs to network, find jobs and opportunities, and market their products and services. Before becoming a techie, he worked as a journalist and podcaster in NPR News, The Current, Sanhan Journal, The Plug, and On Being and Crooked Media. Born in Cameroon and raised in St. Paul's East Side, Jeffrey has honed a passion for bridging and uplifting diverse Black communities. So these are the gentlemen that we're bringing to you today. And I think I've read everyone's brief bio, and I want to be able to jump in right into it. So just to confirm everybody's audio is working properly, can you guys unmute yourself and say hello? E, are you able to hear me?
Hello.
Good morning.
Good
Hello.
morning. E, okay, awesome. Yes,
Good
I can hear
morning.
you.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you, E.
Yes.
Awesome.
Fantastic.
All right.
Victory, can you
Yes.
hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Moses.
Sorry, I
No
was
problem.
having Nigerian network connection problems. Sorry.
All right. We will it will pass. This too shall pass. And Jeffrey, can you hear me as well?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Excellent. So,
Okay.
gentlemen, thank you. I appreciate taking the time to actually be on this particular tech excellence about Africa. So, with that being said, I want us to be able to just answer a couple of startup questions, like why is this so important? Why is tech excellence in Africa so important? And can we just take that first question real quick and just why is it important to you? And I'll reverse the order this time. Jeffrey, can we start with you?
Yeah. I think tech excellence in Africa, and in my case in particular, we're really trying to work with the Pan-African diaspora, so not only on the African continent, but all the children of Africa that are around the world, especially in the U.S. So the tech excellence in Africa and in our Pan-African community is important because when we look into the future, we look at accelerating our communities, showing up and empowering our communities to be better, to have opportunities, to be able to network, and be able to build the world in a way that uplifts them and others that look like them is very, very important. And tech has a huge role to play there.
Awesome. Thank you for that. Moses, why is this particular conference important to you? Moses, can you hear me?
For me,
Okay. Yes. Okay.
like Jeffrey accurately said, tech is an enabler to solving problems. Yeah, I can hear you. So
Okay.
I said, for me, as Jeffrey rightly said, tech is an enabler to solving problems. So we've used technology for years in solving problems. Why not the various problems we have in Africa, which is not far-fetched from what we have in the West? It's just that there is an enabling environment in the West compared to Africa in using technology to solve problems. So that's why tech excellence actually makes a lot of sense.
Awesome. And E, would you
hear me?
yes, I can hear you. Would
Hello?
you
Yeah.
Moses, we can hear you. We can hear you. Go ahead, E.
Fantastic. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Fantastic. I think for me, technology really matters because
Okay.
it's technology, particularly the mobile phone and the internet, that is giving young people in Africa a lifeline to the global economy. It's never been easier to participate in the global economy thanks to the mobile phone and the internet. And young Africans are building tools that are going to enable Nigerians, just as they have with Flutterwave and Paystack, to be able to do business with the rest of the world without having to worry about the traditional barriers that a lot of us grew up with, not being part of the global economy. So super excited for that.
Awesome. So, and staying with E, tell me in your own words a little bit more that we didn't hear in your bio. What got you started on this journey?
I actually came into the technology industry partially by error. I wasn't actually supposed to be here. I was hoping I would be a lawyer. And I was introduced by a very good friend of mine called Pierre Aris into this world of technology. I previously only thought about technology as something that people like me didn't get to make. We only got to consume. But that started me off on a journey. I started a company with Pierre. That company was ultimately not successful. But then I decided to come back to Nigeria to see what I would be able to build with these new skills I had acquired in technology and business on the ground. And that was how we started Fora, which became Andela, and got us on a path to first empowering young people with the skills
It
they
keeps going
needed
around.
to build technology.
I'm going to use my phone.
And then afterwards, empowering them with the resources that they needed to be able to make money with those skills on the internet. And now we're hoping that we can empower them with the capital they require to be able to build tools on technology that would enable other people the same level of opportunity as they have enjoyed.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. So you answered another question that I was going to ask you, but that's okay. So, but I want us to get really, the reason why you got started. And I think you said it best when you said you stumbled into the industry, and I wanted you to say that because that's how it happens. So for those listening, you understand this. It may not be where you think your destination is, may not necessarily be where you're gonna end up. But don't worry, the journey, the process is what's going to get you to the success that each one of us aspire to. I myself, again, just like yourself, I stumbled in the industry. I wanted to be a doctor. I wanted to actually be a surgeon, and I was on pace to going into that direction. And then, fortunately, I realized that when someone gets cut, I have a problem with seeing that, and because of that, I my heart will go out to the person in being empathetic, and all of a sudden I can't concentrate on what I'm supposed to be doing with the wound, which is whatever that might be. So I end up being a PC doctor as opposed to a person doctor. PCs, they don't bleed, so open them up, you can do whatever you want. So I said, well, computers don't bleed, they don't have any emotions. I'll do well in that industry, and that's how I got into the technology industry myself. So we just never know. We just never know. Moses, by chance, how did you get into the industry? Are you able to hear me, Moses?
Yes, I heard you. I'm just having some connection issues, so I'm trying to use my cell phone as well, so
Okay.
they can't hear me properly. So I'm trying to do that. My apologies for that. So you have to repeat your question again because it was fading in and out while
No
you were
problem.
talking.
Why did you get started in tech?
I got started in tech because I'm a geek. I'm a maths major, so I actually intentionally wanted to do technology. I love maths and I love solving problems. So I started with a business degree, and I thought business and finance was boring. And one of my professors actually said, you're good in maths. Why don't you look at computer science? So I thought I could do like a 1 year crossover into it, but I ended up going and started joint majors in computer science and maths, glutton for trouble or for punishment. So, and I ended up being very good at computer science. And I loved it from the beginning. And it wasn't anything accidental. I just knew it was my passion. So for me, for most people, it might be hard work. For me, it's like an hobby. You're being paid for an hobby. That's what computer science is for me.
Wow, wow, wow. Thank you for that. Jeffrey, just to keep things moving. Jeffrey, why did you get started? How did you end up in this space?
Yeah, I think when you said earlier that you kind of accidentally end up into it, that's kind of what happened for me. My first introduction into tech was working in media. I think a lot of times folks, they forget that we use technology every day. and we're all technologists in our own ways, whether you're in the industry or you're not, right? And working in media, working on microphones, working with fancy computers to do all the sort of radio broadcasting and producing that we were doing was my first introduction. But what really led me into doing the work and making it my profession is identifying the gaps that I was seeing, right? I think a lot of folks here were identifying problems, and they were the sort of problem solvers that are like, you know what, I'm going to take this on. And so when I was working in media, I would always hear about the lack of, diversity candidates that were there for jobs, and oftentimes I would have my supervisors come to me and say, hey, Jeffrey, can you help us find a diverse network? And oftentimes what they meant by diverse applicants was Black or African applicants, right?
Right.
And for me, something that folks need to understand is I'm really huge into community. I don't like being the only Black person, the only African person in the room. I want to make sure that there's more folks that come in after me. And so when they asked me this question, I was like, yeah, of course, I'll do the recruiting. But as it continued, I recognized that there was a major need for a platform that could help businesses find and attract and recruit Black and African applicants. And really the importance of a platform that would allow Black creators, whether that's you as an artist, an everyday professional, an entrepreneur, to not only network themselves, but really make themselves visible to potential opportunities.
Wow.
And what I mean by that is really kind of like shifting the understanding of the resume model or the CV model, where it's all about experience-based,
Right.
and not really about showcasing what you can actually do. And I think we're entering a skills-based economy and a skills-based world where what you can do and the skills that you have matter more than anything. And so that's what got me into the work 2 years ago.
I'm funny you should mention that. I think I might challenge that just a little bit, and I'll tell you why. Skills-based environment that we are in, I agree with that part of it, has now been challenged by the diversity model, and people are saying that, well, let's build a community. So I like the fact that community-based, skill-based, and now when people go into this different work environments, workspaces, they're looking for people who can interact. They're looking for people, would this be not just the skills, but with the personalities marriage? Can I see this person? Would I be comfortable working with this person? And that is something else that I see on a daily basis. So the dynamics of I did a stint with Microsoft. I'll tell you this quick thing. I did a stint with Microsoft, and while I was there, they didn't care about my skill sets. Honestly, they really didn't. And the reason why, they said we wrote the software. We have the person that wrote Word. So you can't tell me you know Word more than the person that wrote it. We don't need your tech skills. What we need more than tech skills is your relationship skills. So relationship based. So that has gone a lot more. I would say the value of your relationship and your communication skills has gone up, but it does not replace your skill set. So you're right. Skills is important, but I want to challenge that just a little by saying we also need to make sure that there's a personality fit. Moses mentioned earlier he's more of a geek. He put him in a room with computers. He's good. I'm good. I can stay here. It's my hobby. I'm good. And that's something that he has now been able to grow with that. So I'm going to ask Moses this next question because I want him to tie it all together. So, in the past, in light of Black Lives Matter, as a matter of fact, and the protests that we saw across the world, and there were so many different things, SARS issues that came. What do you think the new opportunities for the Black and brown people are right now in tech space? So Moses, can you take that for us?
So let me track back a little bit on that question.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll take it first. I'll track back a little bit and give you a little bit background. Okay. My first job out of university was because I wrote a unique security and encryption that HP liked, and I got a first job with HP in 1995, my final semester, right? Then 3 years of training at HP landed me at the New York Stock Exchange, right? So, but when I got to the New York Stock Exchange, my career spans back 28 years. So I go into New York Stock Exchange, I found out I was the only Black person that knows Unix at the entire New York Stock Exchange tech team. So, and I was the first one of those first Black Africans that was recruited from London during the trial of the H-1B visa. So I was 1998 trial. So I was first of that. Even the HP program I got into, I was the first Black person to get into that HP program. So I was the first in a lot of things. But what I notice is I don't see people like myself when I moved to New York for the New York Stock Exchange. I never saw people like myself at the New York Stock Exchange. If I see them, they're break-up fix or operations guy. I was high-level Unix and enterprise system management, networking, and everything. And even when I became the Unix manager to manage the entire Unix farm for the New York Stock Exchange, I didn't see any Black people, right? So when I started my consulting firm in 2000, I was still the first Black, that started the consulting firm servicing Silicon Valley and Fortune 500. When I had a lot of Silicon Valley clients, I didn't see any Black. It was like we are non-existent, until in the last 5 years. Where we started pushing out a lot of tech graduates. STEM started becoming more important. Really, Silicon Valley has not been good to Black people, whether it's investing and all of that kind of stuff. All you see is white and Indians. Basically, every company that you see outsourcing out there, and you cannot tell me anything because I've done the top Fortune. I've done 30 Fortune 500 clients, Fortune 500 company as clients. I've done software development, I've done enterprise, but I'm more or less now kind of like a CX level. I'm more like the business side of tech, and I let my gig team do all the gig work. But it's not something that we've actually evolved in or been involved with. I'm not saying there are not a lot of IT tech people. Even right now, it's only 26% minority, which is still only 4% Black women or Black people in the IT industry in Silicon Valley, maybe 4-6%.
Wow.
So it's something that pioneer people like us are now encouraging other Black kids to get into STEM. When you look at the lady that started, one of my friends that started Black Codes Academy, encouraging kids to start learning coding from very young. This is not an industry that you can say, oh, it's a lot of Black people. No. You can still look at the population of Silicon Valley, it's still 6% Black. That's a low number. For investment in Black founders, it's still 1% in the US. Exactly last year, 0.24% in the UK. So people like us are always happy to meet people like Jeffrey and E and Victory. I've known you for a long time. So even in our circle, how many do you know? So it's encouraging our kids to study maths. For me, I think that's it. Science and technology and math. If they don't have an interest in that, and also if you look at the African demography, a lot of our parents just believe in being a doctor or being an accountant or lawyer. That's the way you need to go. If you're doing tech, you're playing games, what are you doing in technology and all of that? So it has to do with the generational thing as well.
Yeah.
So
it's amazing. Both of you guys have hit on some of my other questions, and I just want for the sake of the audience, I want to make sure that I point these things out. Both of you have mentioned the fact that you've been, the only person in that environment at the time of that occurrence. Not to point out the obvious, but there's an age gap between Jeffrey and Moses. So what I'm saying is things haven't really changed that much. Jeffrey is still saying that it was just me. Moses was a pioneer on the H-1B. It was just him. I can't tell you how many assignments that I've had, and I call them assignments that I've had over the years. I was the only Black individual on that team. I'll give you a case in point. My first stint with Microsoft, I was working for Lockheed Martin, and I'm gonna come back to this because I think I want Jeffrey to weigh in on this. I was working for Lockheed Martin, and Microsoft came to Lockheed Martin and said we need to lock down our operating system. And the operating system at the time was Windows 2000. We want your best group of engineers to come over to our side and to develop this harden this operating system for NASA. And at the time, I got to knock on my door in my office and say, hey, we got a meeting upstairs on the executive level. And I'm like, what did I do? I hope I didn't do anything, because that's always the premise, right? I'm the only one here. So what I'm always, leery about what I might have done to cause the C level to ask my opinion of something. So I get there, and it was a bunch of us, engineers that some of I knew, some I didn't know. And they said, hey, you guys have been selected out of all of our engineers in the company to go represent us to build this OS for NASA at Microsoft. And I stood there in shock for a second. And I was like, wait a minute, what did he just say? So don't be afraid to be the unicorn is the message. And the message to those who are out there listening to this, do not be afraid of being the unicorn. We have been unicorns all our careers, and that's pretty much not going to change. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Jeffrey pointed to the fact that, he saw an opportunity, and the opportunity that was presented, he said, oh, yeah, why not? I can do this, because guess what? He gets an opportunity to bring in individuals from that space. So question to you, Jeffrey, in terms of, it's a two-parter, right? And E, I want you to come in and weigh on this as well. Okay, so I hope, technology-wise, we're all good right now. But so the question is, in corporate diversity, we've seen it, and you touched on it already, right? You touched on it already, Jeffrey. In corporate diversity, do you really think the programs out there are effective? And I'm already biased to say they're not, because why are we still having unicorns, individuals who are telling me I'm the only one? So I don't want to speak for you, but I want you to weigh on that. But the second part of that question is this. Mm-hmm. What are the issues? What are the issues that we're having to retain these Black and brown professionals in tech space? What do you, I just want each one of you to give me one. We have a few more questions, and time is time. We don't have a whole lot of time, but I want you guys to give me your top one reasons why it's why you see there might be issue. What's your top issue rather with people in the retaining Black and brown folks, professionals in tech space?
All right, I'll take this one first, because this is directly tied into the work that we're doing with the Plug Down. I talk to human resources folks and business leaders. I've been talking to them every day this week, because we're still in developing mode. But one of the top reasons why a lot of companies have trouble recruiting Black and brown folks, first and foremost, is implicit bias, right? So it's the unconscious taking in of society and how that shows up in their hiring practices, which then end up being discriminatory, especially towards Black and brown applicants. And I think the second one is a lot of companies, especially white-led companies, they'll be very honest with me and say, we don't know where to look for Black and brown talent. And I'm sure a lot of you are groaning right now, as you should, because we know that the talent is out there. There's a lot of talented people on this call. So they try to use the excuse that they're not out there, but they are. That's part of the reason why we're building the Plug That to show them where they are. The inclusive part is, I think, the biggest challenge of it all, right? There's one thing about showing up and being the unicorn. The other thing is being inclusive, which means creating an environment in which I feel that I can strive and I can grow within this company, right? And I think that inclusion piece is really challenging, because a lot of these companies just don't have the working culture to truly develop the talent that they bring in. So you can have the skills, you can have the ambition, but because they're just not used to culturally, right. To having that diversity and having Black and brown people really come in and want to hustle and do their thing, they're often slammed with the wall and don't get the support that they need. And as Black folks and African folks will just say, you know what? I'm going to go to where I feel wanted. Or in the case of many of the entrepreneurs on this call, I'm going to go build my own thing.
Awesome. So that's what we've done, and I'm going to use that as a segue for E, because in building something from the ground up, in this modern age, he's been able to do that a few times. So I want you to touch on this part, E. I want you to touch on the significance of how do we bring more young entrepreneurs into tech space. So that's one question. The second part is this: why is it important? What's the significance of having Africans in such tech companies such as Lockheed Martin, Facebook, Microsoft? What's the importance of having Africans specifically in this space? What's your thoughts on that?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Absolutely.
Okay, fantastic. Sorry about the glitch earlier. There was
No
just an
problem. No
issue.
problem.
Yeah. So, first of all, I mean, I deeply appreciate whenever I see, people of my color, particularly from Nigeria or African descent, in these companies, because I think the first thing is that they can understand the challenges that we're trying to solve on this side. And so it's easier for them to empathize with some of the issues, and as well to create space for those issues to be resolved using the platforms that the likes of Facebook and so on have. However, I think my own point of view and my own background, I've never really had the pleasure of working for a corporate company. I actually went into startups right from before I finished college. But my experience.
Pause there for a second.
Yes.
So did you guys hear that? He said instead of going into corporate America, he just bypassed that whole opportunity and went straight into, let me just do this because I've seen what corporate America have done for others, and it's not making any sense. I'm just going to go straight into entrepreneurship. So pay attention to what he's saying. But continue.
Yeah. So I didn't have that pleasure, but I mean, very much the same kind of point. I mean, I remember when we were building Mandela, we had co-founders who were not ethnically Nigerian, or some of our co-founders were white. And funnily enough, a lot of people kind of use that as a would I call it a minus against us? And we're like, oh, it's not fully Nigerian. They wouldn't have been able to do it without to build such a large company without having white people involved. And I find that a lot of us like to dwell in those emotions, and sometimes they are true. But when we did Flutterwave, I did make a very conscious decision to actually build an all Nigerian team, not even just all black, but pretty much all Nigerian. The engineers were based out of Lagos. Nothing, there was literally just an empty office in San Francisco, and a few compliance people, but everything was really built out of Lagos. And that company became a unicorn. And that was primarily just to prove that some of the self-limitations that we put on ourselves in terms of what we can accomplish when we build for ourselves and build solutions to our own problems are really just mental barriers. These barriers don't exist. And I think for me, the challenge is, I think the more worthwhile, I mean, perhaps it's not more worthwhile, but perhaps it's just as worthwhile effort for particularly our diaspora is to turn an eye to the problems that we have on the continent with their skills and their networks, and try and do more stuff on the continent. I don't deny that it's difficult. However, I do think it's worthwhile because I think that, sometimes I think the challenge with corporate America is it wasn't designed to be fair to us, right? And these are institutions that have been built for hundreds of years, and there's not very much we can do to change the core of these institutions. However, what I do find worthwhile is that in 5 years, you can go from zero to unicorn, building a business in Nigeria, from Nigeria. And that money that came into the business, $235 million so far, really doesn't care the color of the skin of the person making it green, right? They just want their money. And we're able to develop and deliver those returns from Africa. So I think if we have more people of our color turning an eye to our problems or joining companies who are solving our problems with all their skill and networks and experience, I think you could actually see some rapid transformation in just a few years.
Wow. Okay, so you guys don't know this, right? But Moses, I want you to come in here. I want you to give a little insight because he touched on inclusion, a little bit about some points about diversity, and I don't want us to miss out on that. But I'm particularly calling on Moses because the grassroots efforts that it takes to build something from scratch. And I'm gonna quote Moses on this because he's the first person I heard say this. African problems must be solved by Africans. So this whole tech excellence that we're doing today, we're narrowing in on our niche. Jeffrey pointed out the same thing. He said, hey, there's an issue here I'm uniquely qualified to solve. Since I identified that problem, let's go ahead and solve it, right? So Moses, quoting you, tell us what that means. African problems being solved by Africans. Elaborate a little bit more, and because I think E pointed out something so excellent when he said that, but elaborate on what that means to you, because you're the first person I heard say that in all my life, that it is what it is. Moses, over to you.
Well, when you want to solve a problem, right, and you live in a community, if you're not part of that community, you want to really understand the cultural behaviors of the community. So you can build anything in the West, that works in the West because of the culture of the West, right? So when you take it into Africa, right, you really have to understand that it's 54 African countries, and every one of them has diverse cultures. To be able to build those things, you have to engage Africans to actually build it locally. So if you're going through the path of bringing all these white boys, as I call them, or even Indians, so look, really, Silicon Valley it's not white, it's just white money. It's actually Indian, So the Indians that will come and build a platform in Africa do not understand the African culture. So if we are not building it with people who are from Africa, you build a solution, maybe you exist for a few years, go IPO, but it's not consistent. Microsoft built Microsoft in America solving certain particular problems. Google built it in Google, and once they understand it better, they are able to push it up for other cultures to be able to embrace it. And when we're talking about diversity and inclusion, I think it's a fraud in the tech world. Quote me, I'll say it. I'm well known in Silicon Valley for saying it. It's a fraud. Everything they are doing right now with diversity program, putting women on the board of most IT companies, they are checking to women empowerment and diversity. If you put a black woman on your corporate board, you've just checked that. Not necessarily they put in billions of dollars in diversity programs. It's only fraud. It's a big fraud because they know the economic power of black people. They know they are being called out with Black Lives Matter and all of those organizations going on. So they're giving us black founders that are here money right now. Doesn't mean, they really are buying into diversity and inclusion. I believe what Silicon Valley is finding new ways of pushing money into Africa because they want to avoid taxes. Don't quote me on that. But, we have, if you look at the Chinese model, if you look at the Indian model, how they started in Silicon Valley in 1995, they are the reason why they brought out the H-1B visa.
One second, Moses. I'm gonna let you continue. 1 second. For those who are out there that might have questions, because I have more questions, to be honest, and I know there might be more questions in the audience. So if you have questions, feel free to drop it in the chat boxes, be it on Facebook Live or IG Live or YouTube. Drop your questions there. We have somebody monitoring those platforms, so I want to be able to make sure we have time for questions. Again, Moses, you mentioned the fact that these things are going to be done by Africans for Africa, right? And that being the case, where is there a link? Is there an actual link between Africans and the influential positions in different countries? And what I mean by that is this. There are individuals that are placed, he alluded to it, like, well, this couldn't, some people were accusing him of being basically maybe like a figurehead. Like he was the image of the company, he was the face of the company, but really in the background, it was all these other people that made it happen, so to speak. But he rightly said that was not the case. But to prove the point, he went ahead and did Flutter Wave and showed the showcase that this is all Africans doing it. So I want you and him to answer that question. Is there a link between influential Africans in influential positions in that space, in the tech space? What do you think that has to do with developing Africa?
Well, like I'm actually partners with Flood. Jamboree is partners with Flutterwave. So we're one of your first companies, so we use your payment settlement. We have a partnership agreement. What I know is when people like us, myself and and Jeffrey, start setting up tech companies, we're empowering the young people. My entire team are average age of 23. So I'm old. They understand the technology. So I'm mentoring them. I'm empowering them. So, and also giving them opportunity that there might be stuff that they developed we can bring out to the market for them and put our own investment money in. Until we start building our own accelerator programs, Black accelerator programs.
Awesome.
Black founders like us right here, putting money into those accelerator programs, we're not going to get to where we're going to get to.
Awesome.
They're looking like the likes of and Jeffrey to actually empower that. And our leaders in our continent don't really understand tech. They really don't. Or even investors in Africa can guarantee you Flutterwave and all of Paystack and all of those boys, it's all white money. All those guys went through Y Combinator Accelerator program. For us to close our seed round, Chip Accelerator program. Or it's friends and family that will give you money. Until we that are on this panel keep on mentoring our young people that this is the right way to go. Take them out of university, take them out of secondary school, and actually engage them and employ them. Silicon Valley is not going to change. We've been talking diversity for the last 20-something years. There's still only 26% diversity there. So,
wow. So let me just reiterate one of the points that Moses made, because I want to make sure everybody heard that. Until we sit on this panel today, individuals like ourselves start to garner the hearts of the young ones, of the youths. It's up to us to be able to bring them forth and say, hey, I'm an example. You can do what I did. Better yet, you can do what somebody else did. So let me share with you guys one of the things I've learned over the years. There are 3 examples you want to give. You always want to give 3 examples, and you want to give it in this particular order. You want to give an example of somebody else knows, like somebody everybody knows. When you quote somebody, quote something from a well-known personality, so that everybody can understand the context of what it is that you're trying to say. That's the first one. You might want to. Oprah Winfrey might have a quote out there that something about whatever the case may be in entrepreneurship. She's fond of saying things about law of attraction, for instance, right? And that can be relatable to the individual talking to. The second example you want to give is an example of somebody you actually assisted in getting to their success story. And by doing so, you're able to bring them on, and they're able to see what it is that you're doing, right? So it's important that people before people can follow you, they want to know what's your pedigree, one, right? But what have you done? But the third example you want to give is your own example. What did you do exactly to get yourself to where it is that you are, where the significance of your words makes sense? So again, for those who are listening, first example is a well-known example. The second example is someone that you've actually assisted in getting to where they desire to be. And the third example is your example. Right? As we stand in the gaps in the gaps of what I call unicornship, right? As we position ourselves there, we want to make sure that we give the right example to those who are looking, because guess what? They are looking. Jeffrey, who did you look up to when you decided to do this? When this was important to you, Jeffrey, I'll start with you. What was in the last few minutes that we have? Who did you look up to and say, yeah, I think I like what he did. I like how he did it. I'm going to take a little bit of that. I'm going to add my own secret sauce, and I'm going to do something. Who was that for you, Jeffrey?
Man, I think there's a few. I came up in the media space. So there are 3 people that really inspired me from a business perspective, and less from a technology perspective. You mentioned one of them, Oprah Winfrey. I think Oprah Winfrey is a pioneer in many senses. But especially in the journalism and the media space, a lot of folks don't understand that she wanted to be a reporter. But news stations kept saying that she wasn't good enough to be a reporter. And what did Oprah do? She said, I'm going to leave, and I'm going to create my own brand. And now she's one of the richest people in the world, not just women in the world, one of the richest people in this world that has done so many different products. So that's someone that I studied a lot personally.
Okay.
In recent years, Issa Rae in Hollywood, and just how for so long in Hollywood, there was this trope of blackness that you could be. And Issa, being kind of like this awkward black girl that has Senegalese roots, created this brand new genre. And now everyone in Hollywood's like, well, who's the next Issa Rae? How are we going to find this again? So looking at these disruptors for me were huge inspirers for me. And I think in the work that I do, I studied what made them successful. I studied the things that they studied. And a lot of it is recognizing the trends, recognizing the gaps, and coming up with your own solution to fight against it. And I think a lot of what they're fighting against were some of the systemic, discriminatory practices, particularly in the U.S. towards Black communities. And so that's what inspired me to do the work that I do.
Wow. So just so I heard you clearly, you said, well, one, follow a disruptor, follow somebody that makes a difference, right? Yeah. So not just the regular this is my uncle. I'm gonna do what my uncle did. We're a career police officer. We're a career military. So you could do that. There's nothing wrong with doing whatever it is that you desire. So make sure it's something that you desire. But if you're going to do something different, aspire to be a disruptor. Aspire to make sure that you see how other disruptors did it, and you follow that path in your own way. Find the uniqueness in yourself and use that path. I always ask people, are you a pioneer? Are you a trailblazer?
Yeah.
Right? So pioneers are great, and there are a lot of pioneers out there. But what's better than a pioneer? A trailblazer. A trailblazer, they see a path where nobody else sees, and they just plow right through it. They just plow. They bury their head and they move forward. What was the inspiring individuals in your path? Who was one or two of them individuals that you decided to follow?
Yeah, I had quite a number of people who I looked up to in the tech industry. Surprisingly enough, not for their incredible wealth, but because of the kind of impact they were able to leverage technology to build in a very short period of time.
Okay.
One of them was Mark Zuckerberg. I remember very early when I made the decision to pursue a career in technology entrepreneurship, I watched a really interesting movie called The Social Network.
I watched it too.
About Mark Zuckerberg. So I think that was an excellent movie, and Mark has been a role model. And funnily enough, in one of my previous companies, he actually was an investor in Andela, and came to Nigeria with us, and started a wave of global technology leaders visiting Nigeria in particular. So I have a lot of immense respect for him.
Okay.
I'll say something else. Yeah. Well, you know what? We have so little time left. I'll just give you that one. Okay.
Okay. and I'll take that one. I'll take that one. So I want to say a couple of other things, because we did get a question from the audience, and I think it's important that we answer that question. So the question, I'm gonna pose the question to Moses, and I want to come back particularly to Jeffrey to close out that particular question. And here's the question, for the sake of time. There's a large amount of African women in STEM today. What role do you see women playing in tech space over the next 5 to 10 years? And I want to let Moses start with that, because I know for a fact that Moses has an agenda in that space. But Jeffrey, I want to end that question with you, because I know your company does a lot in that area as well. Moses, go ahead.
Women have a lot of role to play, a huge role to play in that section, whether you're looking at the African space or in the Black African American space. I don't see a lot of women in that space, and STEM for me is very personal for women because of my daughter. So she loves STEM, but she didn't go into the STEM career because she believes it's very chauvinistic. and that she doesn't want to be a pioneer, a trailblazer in that respect. So she went with another passion, which is photography. So for me, we don't see a lot of women there. And I've made a mandate in my company that in our recruitment policy, for example, it has to be 60-40 women, 60% recruitment, 40% guys. But women applicants takes priority. And it's reflected in my development team because half of the team are young ladies, very smart young ladies. So for me, it's very personal to see. And the way girls and boys think are two totally different ways, the way the brains are wired. I think women are much more creative in terms of bringing out technology. Men are much more focused on the coding and the technology itself. Women are much more creative. So I think bringing more women I think in the next 5 to 10 years, women are actually going to dominate the tech industry. Once they start seeing other women and people like you guys who are encouraging women in STEM, I think that's when you actually change the game in technology, when you see more involvement of girls from secondary school, college, in the tech space. So that's what I think.
Okay. Thank you for sharing that. And Jeffrey, what's your thoughts?
I think women got next. I think the world for women is now. And first and foremost, it's our jobs as all of us as leaders on this panel and other leaders in this conversation to make space for them. And I say that specifically because, as Black folks, we got next as well. And it's about recognizing who have been the folks that have traditionally not been invited to the seat and have a role in this beautiful world that we're hoping to create for the next generation. And so when we're trying to imagine that beautiful future, it absolutely has to do with women. When we were building the Plugged app, I made it really explicit to have women with me as we were building this. And I think part of the reason why women have next, especially in the STEM field, but across all industries as well, is that women are some of the biggest consumers in the world. And Black women in particular, and African women, are also major, major consumers, and they influence our culture. They influence the way that we grow and we develop. So it's imperative that we all make space for them. And then we make sure that it's not only making space for them, we're making an inclusive space where their ideas, their creativity can stand out and move forward. I think the next 10 years for women is huge, especially for African women in the STEM space.
Wow. Thank you both for those comments. I'm gonna take a moment here real quick and I have to say this because I need you guys to invite more people. Invite people to support what Legacy Premier Foundation is doing right here. We're looking to build a platform for the next generation of leaders, the emerging leaders. Over the past 5 years, E has become more relevant in his own space. But he took it upon himself to do that and to push that agenda. And what I'm saying to you here, and I think all of you are in agreement, it's up to us to make sure that we do that support. So Legacy Premier Foundation is one of the biggest promoters of emerging leaders. So if we can support this foundation that we're doing, as we're doing it now, continue to do that, stay plugged in. We're going to stay plugged in with you guys and to make sure that this thing continues, because this emerging market that are emerging leaders that are being placed today, the majority of them are going to be women. It is what it is. There are more women than men. And as such, we have to leverage that resource. In Danborough, like Moses said, 60% is that's his quota. It's not 5%. It's not what's the minimum required to so that the regulators don't come knock on our door. He didn't go with the minimum requirement. He went with the majority. Let's put them forth and leverage what it is that they have. And one thing I want to say about the previous question about mentorship. See, understand this, guys. Always have a mentor. Not just today before you hit that road, that success, and you transcend into that next level of success. Always have one. Always have one. Do you guys know Bill Gates has a mentor? He's mentioned it several times. Do you guys want to guess who Bill Gates' mentor might be? Who do you think it might be? Give me a guess. What do you guys think? Just a name.
Warren Buffett, probably.
Warren Buffett. You're right. That's one of his mentors. So what I'm saying is, no matter what level of success we attain to, always have a mentor, and the mentor doesn't have to be alive. It can be someone who's passed on. One of my biggest mentors today is one of them is actually John Maxwell. I like what he does in that space of empowerment. Another one is Napoleon Hill. He's passed on, but guess what? He had incredible things to say, and it's not just for who they are, but what they did, and that makes a difference. So we do have another question here, and this one I guess was mentioned about Moses. So Moses mentioned that Africa's governments don't really understand tech, but the truth is that they do, but it works against their agenda, right? So I'm almost actually to touch on that real quick. We got about 2 minutes left. How can young people in African countries strive if their communities work against them? What can they do? How can you possibly help out in those areas using technology?
Oh, to directing that question at me, I don't agree that African governments understand technology. They understand technology in place that can disrupt processes that will stop corruption, which is transparency, accountability, and process and efficiency, right? So that's what technology gives you. It makes everything transparent. It solves problems and automates problems. So a lot of them will be out of work. A lot of them will be shown that they are corrupt and all of that kind of stuff. So, how can young people in African countries, or if their community work against them, they seek out mentors. They go, instead of using the most powerful tool set that's ever been created in the last century or so, Facebook, on just having fun, you seek out mentors like this. Everybody that is on this platform right now, reach out to them. You create LinkedIn accounts, Instagram account that directly targets leaders that are on this platform and entrepreneurs like this, and that are encouraging STEM and all of that. The government are not going to do it. I'm in 14 markets right now. They're not going to do it. They're all the same, And also, we as mentors needs to form collaborative platforms where we can just come in and discuss ideas for the young people, how to enable young people, how to bring them along. It's not about Flutterwave, price stack, and how much money, Jambo, and how much money you are raising and all of that. We have to be the champions of that, in our own little way, in doing more engagements like this, in us just collaborating and just talking. I'm not going to steal your technology, not going to steal mine. We're just talking and bringing our young people abroad, setting up conferences like this by ourselves, supporting conferences like this and volunteering in various cohorts as well, or building our own accelerator programs that all the leaders and founders in the ecosystem can come together and build an accelerator program that we can bring our young people into. That's, for me, the only way to do it. Before I go, I want to mention the mentorship team who inspired me in technology. I didn't answer that question. So my answer to that was, we used a book in 1993 when I was doing my computer science degree. We used a book called Accidental Empires for History of Computing 101. In Accidental Empires, it's called Accidental Empires. It's on Amazon. Accidental Empires: How the Boys from Silicon Valley made their billions and still can't get a date. So if you read that book, it shows you how Larry Ellison, Bill Gates, Berkeley Unix Computing. I'm old school, so I'm a Unix guy. I'm a Unix head. So how all of those pioneer guys started. So for me, it was a competition thing. It was a book that started, that kind of like pushed me, helped me further. It was a competition thing. If they can do it, they're not smarter than us. I can do it too. So that was what inspired me, not one particular person. It was actually that book that changed the way I thought about computing and solving problems. So any of you that have not read it, it's actually turned into a movie. So you can get it on Amazon. I read it every year. for the last, since 1993. I still read it. I have a copy on my bookshelf, and I read it every year. I learn new things, every year from
Every time
so,
you read it. Thank you, everyone. Thank you to each one of our panelists today, Moses Onitilo, Jeffrey. Thank you so much for taking the time out to be a part of this awesome event. I ask you guys to stick around, ask further questions that may pertain to anything that's been said today. So don't be in a hurry to leave. Just be able to hang out with us for a little bit longer, because your insights and what you've said thus far has been a tremendous help to the community at large. And with that being said, I'd like to transition over to one of my co-hosts, Alice. Alice, are you with us today?
Hi, yes, I am.
Awesome. Take it away.
Okay, so I'll be introducing the moderator of the next session, Jimmy Telle. Jimmy Telle is a high-performing business development executive and rising international entrepreneur with 8+ years experience in business and tech. He has specialized expertise in location data intelligence, global business, cross-cultural collaboration, B2B growth, and startups. As a global citizen with British Nigerian heritage, he has advised top Fortune 1000 companies on collaborating with African government conglomerates to explore projects across the science, engineering, tech, agriculture, and construction landscape. He is now the founder and CEO of Checkmate Inc., which is a dating marketplace centered on promoting safe real-time communication and human connection. He was a decorated England triple jumper on a full university scholarship for track and field when his Olympic dreams were dashed due to traumatic brain injury. After overcoming adversity in his own life, Jimmy is passionate about mental health advocacy and encouraging the next generation to fearlessly fulfill their dreams no matter the circumstances. He says, from starting blocks to startups, catch him if you can. So welcome, Mr. Jimmy Telle. I'm going to hand the floor to you.
All right, thank you so much for that, Alice. This panel today, we're going to be talking about connectivity with the diaspora and community engagement. I'm going to introduce the guests that we have today. I'm going to start with Kwame Odemi. Is a techie and passionate product leader with a mixed engineering and product management, B2C and B2B background. He previously worked at MasterCard, building biometrics and authentication products to enable cardholders to successfully authenticate transactions. He currently works at Verizon Media as a senior product manager on the Yahoo Fantasy Sports app, where he has led the development of cross-platform payment, subscriptions, and social video experiences. He strongly believes in Africa embracing tech as being the main catalyst for growth on the continent. Thank you, Kwame, for joining us today.
Thank you for having me. Looking forward to it.
All right. And then next is Tosin Adeniji, is an accomplished global product manager creating media experiences and leading conversations on innovation, diversity, and inclusion, especially for Black women in tech. Currently, she is a principal product manager for Yahoo Sports at Verizon Media, where she is passionate about building immersive content experiences and most recently led the launch of Play AR and immersive AR experiences for NFL key players. Beside leading an ERG for Verizon Media, she shares her expertise in media and product management to individuals growing careers and businesses in tech through speaking engagements, mentoring, and sitting on advisory boards. Thank you, Tosin, for joining us.
Thanks, Jimmy, for having me.
No worries. And then finally, last but not least, we have Jean Philbert Singamina. It says here that you go by Phil, is the Africa Managing Director of the Commons Project, working to unlock the full potential of technology and data for the common good. He previously served as the Minister of Information and Communication Technology and Youth in the government of Rwanda. He serves on many boards, including the Alliance for Affordable Internet, where he is the honorary chairperson, IntraHealth International, Place Fund, I4Policy, Startup Genome, and Future State. Phil holds a Master's of Public Administration from the Harvard Kennedy School of Government, a global MBA in information technology, a master's in software engineering, and a bachelor's degree in computer science. Thank you for joining us, Phil.
Thanks, Jimmy. Nice to be here.
Okay, so to get started, I think it'll be good for our audience to know kind of your background of how you got started and your journey into tech. If we could start with Tosin and then go around.
Sure. So my brief history is that I started in the UK. I also have a British accent, so similar to Jimmy, I'm British Nigerian. And so I studied law in my undergrad with hopes to be an entertainment lawyer, and quickly graduated in the recession, saw no jobs, and just cut the law part and went into entertainment. So I started working in EMI and Universal Records, worked with a lot of artists, but I quickly saw that me and my friends were not buying CDs. We were streaming, we were buying, well, at that time we were buying on iTunes. And so there was a small company that came to our office and said they wanted to work with us. Nobody wanted to work with them, and it turned out it was Spotify, and I started working with them. That's when I saw the disruption of what tech can do to industries, and I quickly fast-tracked a few years and saw, I don't think we're going to be buying CDs anymore, and I can't stay in this industry. I want to be on the more exciting side. So from that point, I worked my way into startups in London, working as a product manager. I didn't quite know what a product manager was, but I knew that, okay, they do a lot of different things. I think I can do that, and quickly learned the language. And then I moved to America. I studied I did my MBA in tech in Cornell, and now I have been working at Verizon in Silicon Valley the last 4 years in the media space. So that's the brief history.
Very, very versatile, dynamic background. We can go next to you, Kwame.
So I grew up in Swaziland, and I was primarily exposed to music as things like what people would do as a career. So I was like doing music, and then my typical African parents, they told me, please just at least go to school, do college, and then we can talk about what you want to do after that. So I came to the US and I studied computer science, and through that, I got an opportunity to work at MasterCard as a software engineer. I did that for 2 summers. And then through that, I was given an opportunity to work in product. So I did that for 2 years and then transitioned over to Verizon Media. So not a typical path. I never thought I was actually going to work in tech. Even when I moved to Missouri to study computer science, initially, actually, I moved there to study business because I just didn't know what I wanted to do. Because again, African parents, they're the ones who pushed me to go there. So I actually came across one of my classmates one day. He just told me, hey, I think you're very analytical. I think you'd be good at trying out computer science. Just try it. So I tried it and never turned back. So not in a typical path, but I'm very glad I made that transition and have been working in tech since then.
Okay, wow, thanks for sharing that. Last but not least, Phil.
Well, first of all, I'm so happy to be part of such a useful and talented panel. I studied in computer science also in the University of Rwanda. At that time, it was the first batch of Rwanda-educated computer science scientists. So it's a very new profession back home. And I remember people used to say, we are learning how to become typists, because that's the closest thing that people could associate with when they saw computers and the keyboard. But I was intrigued enough to know that there is a lot more to know than typing. So I started, and 4 years later, when I was doing my project, final year project to get my BS in computer science, I worked on an initiative to connect coffee farmers to markets, and that was 2001. It was a time where internet, even within the university, only a few people had access to internet. It was a time where less than 1% of the population had access to the mobile phone. It was a time where the vision for what technology and internet could do was completely non-existent. Fast forward 10 years later, I realized that, after climbing a few stairs on the corporate ladder, I decided to sort of start a transition from tech to business. And I went to Singapore, did this MBA, and then I came back. Destiny would want me not to go straight into business, but go to government. So that's when I was called upon to serve as initially Minister of Youth. And then a few months later, the president asked me to combine the youth and the tech portfolios that I ran with for 6 years. And then after that, I decided to sort of take a sabbatical, came to Harvard, spent a year doing this Masters of Public Administration. But really, the 6 years that I've spent in government really shaped my view on the powerful sort of combination between young people and technology. I did a couple of things there. I hope I will have some time to talk about it. And I think ever since my passion is how do we leverage technology to create opportunity and to realize the many opportunities that are out there for the development of our continent. Thank you.
Thanks for sharing that. Definitely a dynamic and versatile panel. Getting into the topic, the first question that I would actually like to ask you guys is, how can we leverage Africans in the diaspora to foster development in Africa through the tech space? So how can we connect those in diaspora into different markets in Africa and using tech to leverage that? So whoever wants to take that first can go ahead.
Let me go first because this question was asked to me so many times.
Mm-hmm.
The last time I had a question like this was in 2017.
Mm-hmm.
One of the things that I did when I was minister is to start something called Transform Africa.
Mm-hmm.
And Transform Africa is a platform that brings together governments at very highest level. So heads of state themselves participate, and then captains of industry and young people, innovators, to really think about what can be done to accelerate development on the continent using technology. And I remember that time it's a young Ghanaian who lives in Nigeria who had traveled to Rwanda who asked the question. And the question was in the context of the brain drain. And the question which was asked to my boss, President Kagame, was, what can we do through technology to reverse the brain drain, because continent is losing a lot. And I remember the way the president responded to it was to say, why are we struggling with this brain drain and brain gain reversal when actually technology allows us to harness the contribution of everybody, regardless of where they are physically located. If some people seized opportunity in the West and they travel to the West, why are we struggling trying to bring them back? He said the best way you can bring them back is to create opportunities that are equal or better than the opportunities that made them, move, whether it is education or better job prospects. He says it's not like through political discourse that you are going to affect someone's, perception of what his interest is. But he said that the best way to look at it is in terms of bridge. That's the analogy he used. He said diaspora can build bridges, and across the bridge, many things can travel, and it's bi-directional. So saying that, look, diaspora has skills, for instance. If you're a banker, if you're a medical professional, if you are a professor, you can always contribute to a cause of your choosing without even having to fly and come back to the continent. And they were saying it is only through those kind of interactions that people will start actually falling in love to work and be located back home, and they will take a personal, independent decision to come back. So I think that analogy of bridges, whether you use the bridge to sort of connect the ideas and problems that we have on the continent with the resources that are looking for ideas, that are looking for where they can multiply opportunities for investment, I think the diaspora is very well placed to sort of start building those bridges. But you can understand that it's bridges that can do everything. We can start sort of bringing even other talents. It doesn't have to be African talent. It could be young talent or whatever talent from Silicon Valley, if that's where you are based, somebody who's always been, whose dream has been to do something in Africa. We are in a position where we see the opportunities and the problems on one side. Also, we see the solutions and the resources on the other side. And I think there are so many ways we can act as a bridge. Let me pause here.
Thank you.
Yeah, just to piggyback of what Bill mentioned about building bridges. So I think personally, I've had two experiences. Growing up in England, we're very close to Nigeria in terms of time, in terms of culture, in terms of a lot of different activities. And so it wasn't a big deal to engage physically in Nigeria. So a lot of me and my friends, we would go to Nigeria very regularly from when we were younger. And then when we got older, we actually got the confidence to explore different countries that may not be our home country. So go into East Africa, go into South Africa and other parts of the Western region. Through that, we gained confidence in engaging, and not only engaging, but seeing the ways that technology could actually solve problems. Now, fast track to me living in America, I see that there are a lot of Africans in America who have not been able to physically engage in the African continent for various different reasons. There's, social status, there's economic status, there's just the time and distance. And then America has a very different working culture, which leads to not much vacation time to actually travel. And so I've been thinking more about this question, like how can Africans or even non-Africans, as Phil said, engage with the African continent and figure out ways. And that building the bridge is really the crucial part. How can we do that? It's as simple as even just engaging with Africans on the continent through social media, through different groups, and just taking an interest. Sometimes, at least I can speak for the American world, it can feel very American-centric. Your news is American-centric. Even me coming from England, I'm losing some of what I used to be engaged in. And so you have to make an active interest, an active state to actually find out what's going on. And if it feels overwhelming, we can never always know everything that's going on everywhere. Start with your home country or your country where your parents are from, and really dig in to find out where you're from, what city you're from, and try to figure out ways and parts that you can help. I mean, particularly working in Silicon Valley, we have so many conveniences here that may not always work in our home countries, but if we listen more to what the issues are, the problems are, the ways that technology can solve, then we can start to figure out how to bridge a gap. So at least for me, I've taken more time to actually be open to being reached out to from whoever it may be. And so I've had people reach out to me from Ghana, from Rwanda, to say, hey, I see that you're Black, you're engaged in Africa, you work in tech. Is there ways that you can help me, guide me, and so forth? And that's particularly important for the infrastructure, for the startups that are coming from Africa, because they don't always have the same infrastructure as maybe someone who is starting a company in the middle of California. So I'll pause there too.
Yeah, so just to piggyback off that, so I think, so for those of us living in the diaspora, I mean, we have access to knowledge. So like we've lived in both worlds. We've lived on the continent and we've lived in the diaspora. That is a unique perspective that we could leverage. That we know what is efficient here, what's working for people here, what's working for us here. And we know what's not working for us when we go back into our communities. So that knowledge can help us, really realize the opportunities that we can actually fully work on in developing the continent. On the other hand, for those of us working in industry, we also have access to knowledge in how these companies are building products for millions of users, or even how they failed, right? So that's important data to also, to have, or even how they've actually gone through this period here, this past year, as we've been in a pandemic. These companies are still going on, right? We need that knowledge to realize the opportunities, or to fully realize the opportunities that exist within our communities, and build companies that are, or build projects or companies that are long-standing and that will withstand such economic downturns. And then also we have access to capital, right? So for those of us who are working in the industry, so we're working, be it insurance, be in tech, and so forth. I think we have unique insights, right? And unique insights into in the industry, but we also have access to capital, right? That, currency here in the diaspora is greater than that in most countries, I believe, on the continent. So putting these two things together, I really, and using tech as the enabler, I think is really what's going to catapult development in Africa, which I think will be a game changer for us.
Okay, thank you for all of that. All of you have led to the fact of bridging between the gap between the diaspora and Africa. But then my question on that is, do you see a willingness from both Africans and, let's say, African Americans or other groups in the diaspora to engage? Is there a willingness on both sides to do so? And then also added to that is the difference between, let's say, people have experienced being in African Americans versus, let's say, British Nigerian or British Africans versus different demographics across the world as well. Just insights on that would be useful. Yeah, start with Tosin.
Yeah, I would say that there is a willingness to engage. I don't think there's as much willingness to necessarily listen. And I would say that's for the Africans in the diaspora. I think we just think sometimes what I have seen is, oh, this works in England, this works in Germany, this works in America, so it can just work in Africa. But the whole purpose of tech and the tech boom that we've seen in the last 15 years or so is to solve issues pertinent to the user. And so it doesn't mean that there's always going to be a one size fits all across the board. I think there needs to be a bit more hearing what the issues are and figuring out solutions that may be unique to the continent. Take, for example, like the finance space. The finance space in most of the Western world is very different to the finance space on the continent. So we can't always think that, oh, we're just going to do exactly the same thing as PayPal or Venmo or Cash App and expect the same, cookie cutter way in Africa. So I think the willingness is there, but just the engagement has to be a little different. Then in terms of African Americans versus Africans, I have seen a trend of African Americans be more interested, particularly because of the last 4 years of the political climate. It has there's been a lot of conversations and spark and interest in African Americans actually setting up or moving back to Africa. And we saw, I guess, the peak of that 2 years ago when there was the whole return to Ghana trip. And, I was there in Ghana at the time, and the amount of African Americans who were so excited and the amount of Ghanaians and Africans on the continent who were super supportive and open arms. And so if we see more of that happening, I could see not only the willingness, the engagement, but actually the action behind it occurring.
Thank you. Phil, you got insights on this as well?
Yeah, absolutely. I agree completely with Tosin on the fact that we need to listen more. I think that there is a risk and a danger of Africans in diaspora falling into the trap of consuming and accepting and propagating the current narrative that is in the Western mainstream media about what Africa is, a continent of problems, a continent plagued with governance problems, this is a narrative that if you've stayed so long in the in the diaspora, you may start actually believing wholesale. While some of the things are true, they are demonstrated by facts and numbers. Many others are just made up. I mean, who says Africa is the poorest continent? Continent, poor in terms of what? People, natural resources. What do you mean? I mean, we have poor people in the continent. There are poor people. I'm here in the US. There are poor people here. But just we should reject that description of Africa as a poor continent. So when you engage, even with all the goodwill of the world, but your mindset has been shaped so much by the narrative of the West vis-a-vis Africa, then you engage in very awkward way, and I don't think you can be, productive. I've seen countless initiatives by young Africans who really genuinely want to be that bridge, but they sell poverty. There is something called poverty tourism. They want to reaffirm and show that side of Africa that the world wants to see, and they necessarily don't associate with the bright side, which is the side that I think we have the responsibility also to actively show and promote, because that is a side that is going to bring the good money, which is investment. There is the bad money, which is aid and grants. The good money is investment, and that's what really comes in significant amount. So I would say, yes, there is a willingness. Is it with everybody? I don't think so. I'm saying at individual level, I've seen so many people who are willing. I've worked with them. There are so many people who are completely indifferent. So I think those who are willing can also step from the individual level to sort of go to the collective level and organize as groups in the diaspora, organize as groups that bring together people back home and in diaspora, and be able to start shaping concrete initiatives that have a scope, beyond what one individual can do. And then I think once that is happening, it will actually challenge governments and public sector back home to also organize and find ways to harness the potential of the diaspora. And I'm not saying this is not happening. It's happening at various levels. I've seen countries with ministries completely dedicated to diaspora. In my own country, when we realize that there is this problem of young people going and losing their connection to their roots, the government put up this program. It's a summer program, 1 month, where optionally guys can fly into the country, spend one month of intensive training about the country's history, the country's civil education, know who you are, where your roots are, sort of an education to patriotism. And I've seen how when guys go back, they're transformed. You go UK you go to the US, you stay there, but you remain Rwandan, you remain Nigerian, you remain South African at the core. I think that is very important. And when you engage from that standpoint, then I think that you have a much, much better chance to have to meet success on your way.
Okay, thank you. Anything to add, Kwame?
Yeah, so I think on one hand, there has been a willingness, at least in the last 5 or 6 years, I'd say there's been an increasing sense of willingness for partnership. And that has been accelerated by, one, I think, culture. So exposure to culture. Like as Tosin mentioned, so I was also there in Ghana in 2019 for the Year of Return event. I think such events have been very, very crucial in exposing people to the culture in Africa. So a place like Ghana, in 2019 during the event, it not only exposed people to Ghanaian culture, but it exposed them to everyone else who was coming from different parts of the continent, which I think was really crucial to, just get a sense of the culture in Africa and what can grow from it. And then on the other hand, I feel in addition to culture, there's been an exposure to success stories. So companies like, Flutterwave and Paystack, they're showing us that it's possible to build to build companies or to build tech organizations in Africa for Africans by Africans, right? That has been, I feel like, a big accelerator in the willingness. And then on the other hand, I feel like at least there's a lot of people who are too focused on solving problems in the diaspora. And at least in my opinion, I feel there's so much cluster, I feel, and not a lot of opportunity to really make an impact in the diaspora in terms of building companies. But when you look on the other end, you look at Africa, like basic needs, there are basic things that have not been solved for. So, which is why I believe, like, the next tech unicorn is probably going to come from Africa. I know we have one now, but there's more, right? And the next one is going to come from Africa, just because there's so many problems or basic needs that haven't been solved for, and that means that any company, focus on these problems is going to build products at scale and impact at scale.
Okay, thank you. So we have a question on, are there opportunities for young Africans who are looking to work in foreign tech organizations, and how can they access it?
Yeah, I can take some of this. So I'm assuming the person is asking for access to jobs in Africa or abroad.
Two lenses would be people in Africa and opportunities to work for foreign tech companies from Africa, and vice versa, I guess, to transferring them to organizations as well.
Yeah, so I can start locally. There are a lot of foreign tech organizations, as you may see. It's good to keep an eye on the media, because they really do announce a lot of times when a Facebook opens up an office, a Microsoft opens up an office. So you could pretty much take the top 15 tech companies in the world, and they have some sort of presence. Another good way is to just look at company strategies. Unfortunately, a company like Verizon Media doesn't really engage that much in Africa, because we are essentially a telecom company focused in America. But like I said, if you take the top 15 tech companies, there are a lot that are engaging in Africa and setting up actual offices, not just small little pilot offices, but I have friends that work for big tech companies in Africa, in the African continent. And then if you're looking to move, a good way is through education, as I think most of us here have got some sort of degree here in America. And so that is a great way to transition into a foreign tech company as well, because oftentimes those companies come onto campus, or you have the ability to engage with them through different events. And so it makes the networking a lot easier, and plus you're already here in the country.
Okay, thank you. And then this next question's for Kwame. I'm an international student, Nigerian, and currently a sophomore and computer science major. Could you give advice on applying for internships, and that process, was it difficult or easy?
It was okay. To put it short, it was not easy. I did not go to one of the well-known brand name schools that prepped me for internships and so forth. So what I ensured I did was to actually over-index on networking. So when I was not on campus, I was actually at African conferences, African business conferences, which I was where I first met E. But those were places where I was able to network with folks, and kind of learn where I had gaps. So I'd over-index on networking when you're not, in school or anything. So attending events like these are essential to kind of, getting exposure to not only just to jobs, but to also just knowledge about, different opportunities you can get within tech. And then, yeah, I'll just focus on networking, not applying, but networking with folks that'll give you good exposure. And that's exactly what I did. I was always at not tech conferences, but African business conferences, which is where I got my first internship through MasterCard.
The other thing, if I can, add something on Kwame's point, is also to over-index on competitiveness, because these global tech companies have access to the world's talent, and for you to find a position there, you definitely, when given an opportunity, you shouldn't waste it because you can't pass a basic skills. One of the previous conversations talked about like attitude and soft skills, which are very important, which comes with networking. That's one of the premier soft skills. But then the hard skills as well. So I always tell guys back home that if you really wanted to work for a tech company, you've got your degree from your university, which is not known. The employer will know nothing about the quality of your education, telling by the name of the school you attended. What you need to do is to, pick your domain of interest and do international certifications in that domain. Because when an employer starts talking to you and sees that you've been sort of gradually climbing stairs in getting internationally, independently, and professionally certified in a domain, it's a good signal. It doesn't guarantee anything, but it signals that at least you've got a clear vision, you are ambitious, and you are a person who learns, who's committed to lifelong learning, and it's a very, very good signal to give to prospective employers. And then finally, there are African companies which are in that space of connecting African talent to the needs of the world. One of them that comes to mind is a company that started actually in Nigeria, called Andela. They are now in a couple of countries, including my country, Rwanda. I know that recently they shifted from entry-level talent to sort of mid-career level talent. But if you look around the world, there will be still many organizations which are scouting for tech talent to connect to global tech companies, whether working with them or for them sitting back home, or at some point getting an opportunity as you move up to actually be located in a different place. So that's what I would like to add to the very nice points of Kwame and Tosin.
Okay, thank you. And then this next question, I'm gonna start with you, Phil, on this. So from what would you say is the ideal partnership in achieving sustainable infrastructural and economic development in the country? When I ask that question from a standpoint of how can we consciously and responsibly partner in an ideal way so we are helping sustainability versus causing problems in the future? So what would that ideal partnership or connection look like?
Well, I think the key word in this question is, it's partnership, but also infrastructure. And it's a very broad question. Unless you really sort of focus on one type of infrastructure, right, it's difficult to find ways to respond to this. I would say that since we are looking at tech, let me take the tech angle and say, sort of rephrase the question and, in terms of what kind of ideal partnerships to build tech infrastructure, digital infrastructure on the continent. Because I believe that one of the biggest, tasks that we need to achieve to sustainably develop our continent is to make sure that everybody is connected. I think if there is one thing that COVID demonstrated is connectivity is not a luxury, it's a lifeline. So, and it's through partnerships that the people who are not connected will be connected. And there are many of them. I mean, the last time I checked, Africa was still below 30% in terms of broadband internet access. A bit more when it comes to basic, phone connectivity, around 80%. But really, internet, which goes with the people who have smart devices and who have a good internet connection, 4G or 3G at least, and who have the digital literacy that is necessary to operate that kind of device, we are still below 30%. So I would say that the ideal type of partnership is a holistic partnership that looks at the whole problem instead of focusing on just one aspect. And I'm saying this because the remaining people to be connected are the most difficult to connect. Those people are located in rural areas. They are low-income segments, so it makes it even more difficult to build a business case around it. And an example that I can give is a program that we started back home 2016 called Smart Village. We really try to solve for those people at the bottom of the pyramid. And the only way you can do that is by taking a partnership where you've got government actively involved. It's not something that only the private sector can drive on their own. And then, even in terms of private sector, we tried to work with MNOs. They responded well, but we realized that there are areas where they have no interest. But there are people who have come up with models to connect communities. There are companies which are there with extra sort of ultra low cost connectivity technologies to be able to connect schools, to connect villages. And if you bring them on and they are part of a team, they are not going to play alone. If they go play alone, they lose. So they get a bit of support from the government. They get a bit of support from the established telecom and mobile network operators, because those have existing infrastructure that needs to be leveraged. At some point, you can leapfrog it with satellite, but we are not yet there at a big scale. But then you also have to think about, how are these people going to be digitally skilled? Throwing a digital device to a teacher and hoping that they will teach themselves and then teach the kids, I think it's unrealistic. So you need to think about the skills and digital talent side of the problem, and there are so many organizations who are playing in that angle. And then you think about the services side, whether it is financial inclusion, whether it is health, or agriculture, whether it is education, the content or services. And in my country, what I've seen really driving adoption is government services. Government has put online every service, and it's self-service basis, and it works both on smart and sort of basic feature phone. So you can get pretty much everything, except currently you cannot get your marriage, wedding online. That's the last thing. But you can get your land certificate on your mobile phone with only text capabilities, and you store it there, and it is yours. And your marriage certificate, your everything. You can apply for your passport and get it in 3 days using your phone. So when government and other partners put in place interesting services and content there, and then the ideal partnership will bring investors, innovative technology service providers, government, and other partners, especially those who are solving for electricity, because those are the parts of the continent where we still have people who are not on a grid, and it doesn't make sense to try and put them on a grid when they can go solar. So select of those partners, bring them together, get them to forge a common plan of action, and let them go and solve for one problem. So that is, for me, the ideal kind of partnership.
Thank you. You went really deep into that, giving an overarching view. Leading on to that, we talk about the ideal partnership from that standpoint. Let's go into different verticals. Which different verticals do you feel would be most useful? Are you guys most excited about being tech-enabled within Africa?
For me, I know you mentioned verticals, but I'm super interested in the horizontal effect of investments. So everything from angel investing to more institutional investing. I think maybe 5 years ago, I was super excited about building new products and so forth. But building new products and not having users or not having the access to gain more users is not going to get us anywhere. It's not going to get us to that next tech unicorn that Kwame mentioned. But the infrastructure, just living here and seeing how the infrastructure is so deep, I can see the divide just growing more and more. And so for me, horizontally, it's very, very important and crucial that we have that funding pipeline, whether it's seed investment, angel investment, Series A, Series B. What does it look like to exit? It doesn't always have to be an exit to an American company. When are we going to get to that point where a company exits to another African-owned company or an African-owned institution? And so I think for me, that's the exciting part. There's so much to do in that space that we have not even touched on even 5% of it. And so right now we've got, people like myself, I angel invest, but how can we unify it to a point where there is this deep infrastructure? So that's what's exciting me most. And then that will bleed into individual verticals growing, and verticals that we might not even know right now, because as we said, the opportunities are so, there's so many opportunities that we might not mimic exactly what is in the Western world. It may be a completely new vertical that we see. So
thanks for sharing your perspective there. Kwame, you have any insights there?
Yeah, so I agree with Tosin. Before I go talk about a little bit of angel investing and the need there on the continent, I think the vertical, again, tech being an enabler across all verticals, I feel is essential. And from us, our perspective coming from the diaspora, right? There's talent here. There's access to knowledge, and that is typically, I would say, not accessible on the continent. So that, coupled with the access to capital that we have here in the diaspora, especially for those who are working in industry and particularly in tech, that coupled together is going to create sustainable, it's just ripe for sustainable development and infrastructure development on the continent. So on the other hand, angel investing, so I think that's also something I think is needed on the continent. Funds just like EA's Future Africa Fund, those are needed. We don't have a lot of people building equity on the continent or having access to capital on the side of entrepreneurs. So building funds such as EA's Fund are essential for growth on the continent to help empower and enable entrepreneurs who are looking for that capital. They have the ideas, they have the talent, they have the human capital, but they don't have access to the right resources to scale businesses using tech as an enabler. And then on the other hand, you've got folks who have the knowledge and the access to capital and industry knowledge to be able to fund these companies and give them capital as an enabler to build infrastructure development across different verticals. I think bringing those two together is going to create sustainable development for the continent, which we're slowly seeing more funds created, more access to capital on the continent, which is great. It's lovely to see. Yeah.
Okay. I guess I'll challenge all of you on that from a standpoint. Everyone's talking about access to capital, but when we say, where is that capital coming from? And then how can that affect the sustainability? Because if it's coming, the LPs are from international places, and when it exits, the majority of the equity gets distributed out. That's sustainable for 5 years, 10 years, or that exit. But what happens post that to keep the country to be able to mobilize itself? And how do we get to that point of achieving that?
Yeah, I'll go. So to start with, I mean, a lot of, at least from the trends that I'm seeing, a lot of companies, a lot of startups are seeking capital outside of the continent, and that's understandable, right? There's little to no access to capital from folks on the continent, because folks are not they're not that risk averse, and we don't have access to such funds that are diversifying their portfolio. We have some angel investors that are focused on single company investments and so forth, right? So I think a lot of folks, because of that, are seeking capital from beyond the confines of the continent. And that's, if we think about it, when that company does become a tech unicorn, or when that company does grow in value, who is benefiting, right? It's going to be the founders, right? And anyone involved in the company, but largely is also benefiting those people who invested. So I think we need to think about ways we can, allow the community around us to have equity in companies, right? And when the equity grows, we have access to more and more capital, which we can put it back into the bucket and reinvest it on the continent. Because when we're giving opportunities to funds outside of the continent to invest in these companies, we're basically allowing them to, create value, grow value, and take that out and invest it outside of the continent. But when we, allow folks like you and myself, and someone in Ikeja village or something to be able to actually invest the little money they have and build equity, we're actually growing value and gaining more access, giving more access to capital to folks once these companies mature and grow in value, which is going to be essential for the long-term growth and sustainable development of the continent.
Okay. Okay.
I wanted to chime in on this one. I agree that solving for funding is important, but I would also say that we don't need to go outside the continent to find money. There is money on the continent. If you look, I think the kind of investors that invest in early startups, angel investments may be lagging behind. But I think it's a question of maturity. I would say that money on one side is there because I know that there are, sovereign wealth funds which are overflowing with money. I know social security funds in many countries overflowing with money. Universal access funds or universal service funds, unused, largely in many countries. And I know many high net worth individuals in the country, in the continent, who are not investing in these tech startups. And it's not because they are not interested in making money. It's not because they are risk averse. In any case, they didn't make all that wealth by not embracing risk. It's just because the maturity of that industry is still low. And I think that the way we remedy to that, it takes a Silicon Valley investor who knows that, who's seen that, who lives in that environment, who can believe easily, and who knows how to measure the risk and diversify his portfolio and so on. There are so many ways they can mitigate the risk. That knowledge and wisdom is not yet there in many countries back home because the maturity is still building up. And I think the way we can change that is to think creatively about how do we accelerate the maturity of our tech innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystems, so that investors, we can be able to tap into our own money back home. And I would say that one thing, there are many things you can do, but one of them is about leadership. Leadership, connecting the different players in the ecosystem, connecting education to entrepreneurs, to corporations, to government, and to other non-government actors. Having that conversation, having people who are experienced in running enterprises engage everyone into a conversation, come up with even training programs, really to be able to identify clearly what are the problems, what are the solutions, where are the resources, and so on. What are the risks that investors are encountering? What are the reforms, for instance, that need to take place within the law, the regulations? What are the innovations? So when people come together, around a very enlightened leadership, and that leadership doesn't need to come from governments. Sometimes it comes from universities. This is what happened in the US, for instance, in Silicon Valley around Stanford, or in Boston here around MIT and Harvard. So I'm saying we will tap into domestic resources, and there are plenty to go around, but we need to accelerate the maturity of our ecosystems.
Just one thing to add on that. I agree that the ecosystem is very focused on funding, but we should also be looking at just the full scope of resource. I don't necessarily think that needs to come from government, mainly because we haven't had continent-wise, we haven't had a great history with government. And so what I have seen in, parts of Asia, we've seen it in America, if you have a private group of people who are building up these tech companies, building up tech resource, building up tech funding, governments will follow, universities will follow. Every university in America now has a tech course, pretty much, because the industry was so far ahead that they had to keep up to be relevant. Nobody wanted to do certain degrees anymore. Every MBA has a tech element. Why do you think that is? Because the industry has moved. And so I don't necessarily think African countries should wait for government or wealthy individuals because of the lack of maturity, when there are a lot of folk on ground who understand the power of tech. They have seen it in so many other countries time and time again. So we cannot wait and just say, because of the maturity of the industry, we're going to wait for that. I think we have to kind of be bullish on this a bit and say, we're not going to wait for anyone. We need to nurture these things. And if we don't have every aspect, let's go to our brothers and sisters who are in the diaspora, who have that guidance. Let's get them on boards. Let's get them in angel investing. Fine, you may not get a return for 15 years. We have to we have to analyze these companies different. We can't expect the same way that you invest in Facebook 20 years ago to get a return 5 years later. Maybe the return comes 15 years down the line, but like Kwame said, at the end of it, who's going to get the value? People who look like us. I don't want to see another TechCrunch article that says an African company has exited or has got a value from abroad, and you look at the board, you look at who owns all this these companies, and they are not people like us. It's disheartening to keep seeing. So I am very passionate about that, and I guess I'm maybe a bit bullish on this, but I think we can do it if we just really start to look at ways that we can do it without the traditional settings that we're used to, i.e. government.
We need bullish people like you.
No, I love that point that you said in terms of that we should start now. And yeah, it's interesting how you see, DE&I initiatives, but then when you flip the cap table and you look at the equity of the cap table versus the diversity on the actual team, you're going to realize it's disproportionate, and a lot of it is theatrics. So that's definitely an interesting point that you put there.
But to put that into context, I think the fact that we are able to attract that kind of investments now, and it's an increase, I think Dr. In the opening remarks, I think she talked about the increasing trends of investments, and it's true that Dr. Doyle, when you look at it, and those exits happen, it's disheartening. But I think it's a vote of confidence also, because 5 years ago we didn't see that kind of investments. We didn't see Series A, Series B, Series C, African-based companies working in Africa, tapping primarily on the African market, exiting in that kind of fashion. So I think that comes also as a challenge to us, and people like Tosin who are really bullish and doesn't want to see that headline anymore. I think that was sort of a wake-up call that, hey guys, there is money to be made. But that gave confidence, and for me, I don't think it's necessarily bad. It doesn't have to continue that way. We need to take over, and basically, when you look at investment per capita, we are still nowhere compared to an Israel or Silicon Valley or India or whatever. So there is a lot of room for those funds to keep flowing. We need those funds from outside to continue coming and even increase. But what we need to really work on is to mobilize domestic investments. And because they are there, let's not give a signal also that we don't want the funding coming from abroad. We need it. We can absorb any amount of investment right now, and it's better than aid. Let me put that way.
On that point, Phil, do you think debt for the government should be responsible for taking debt and then allocating it as equity, or do you think what's the best way to influx that capital into the country, into countries?
I think we've got to experiment, because government is not an investor, and the way I've been in government, the way you think when you're in government is different from the way you think when you're in the private sector. Mm-hmm. One thing that, for example, the government of Rwanda has done is to put up a tech investment fund and start experimenting initially with being open to take some equity. But I've seen that the best way the government invests is to actually provide some kind of, angel sort of grant-based, like below $100,000 to really accelerate, development of those most promising companies. It could be equity. It's still open, but I think that government should not go there with the mindset of, making profit. The way government will profit is when this company hits, unicorn status and really start transforming and disrupting entire sectors, digitizing sectors. This is where the economic value add will be created in the economy, not just in terms of net cash flow coming from, the return on investment on that equity investment that the government would have done. But if there is not enough coming, I've seen the impact of sort of de-risking the space. When the government comes in and steps into a space, I know how private sector in many countries in Africa actually wait to see what the government does. And when the government does something, then they all jump in, because before government jumping in, they will also look at the environment of doing that business. They will do the necessary reforms, and they will say, hey, let's de-risk the environment. So any way that government can leverage its dollar to de-risk the environment and Israel did that with something called Yozma 30 years ago. Started with $10 million, but that fund grew quickly within 5 years to $5 billion. And the 10 million that the government used was like a seed. So the government invested in VC companies, not directly into entrepreneurs. And they said, if you're a VC and you lose money, we will take 50% of your loss free of charge. And if you don't lose, you win, we are not going to ask you to return the money. You will only return the capital without interest. And VCs fought to get that first fund of 10 million. Government renewed it, and right now Israel doesn't need that kind of mechanism. So that fund of fund mechanism, I think it's one excellent way that governments can leverage their dollar without going into the intricacies of dealing with individual projects and invest and risk.
Thank you for sharing that. We've got a couple minutes left, so if anyone has any questions, they put them in the comments, or we've got 2 minutes left actually. I guess we can go around. If anyone's got any last closing remarks, I'll start with Tosin, of what you feel you'd like to leave with the audience.
I think depending where you are, well, actually, no, not depending where you are. Wherever you are, if you have a passion for tech and building great companies in Africa, I would just implore everyone to engage and listen to each other. I think that's the number one thing, because we can really help each other better when we understand each other from our perspectives. We all have the same goal. We want to see Africa be great. We want to see Africa boom. We want to see great companies on ground. So we all have the same goal. Let's just try and get to the same path at least. And so I would just implore everyone to just engage and listen.
Thank you. Kwame?
I think I'd just like to implore everyone again, in whatever position you're in, I implore you to take risk. If you really want to see Africa develop to this idea that we all have in our minds, like it's not going to happen by itself. It's going to happen, through us who have access to knowledge, to experience, to capital. So I implore you to take risk. And for me, it's taking risk in those things that I mentioned. So whatever you can, some level of risk is going to yield some level of outcome. So just, I implore you to just take risk and take the leap in helping develop Africa.
And then Phil?
Engage, agree with you, Tosin. Take risk, yes, Kwame, and also take responsibility. I believe that Africans in diaspora, we should always consider that being here is a privilege in a way. It doesn't matter whether you were sent by your parents. I think we all owe some responsibility towards our continent and take ownership of that, and then take leadership, take initiative. Don't wait, and while you engage really beyond your borders. I think one of the biggest problems has been that Africa has been divided by our colonial heritage. Let's not duplicate or multiplicate that structure in our minds and in the diaspora. When you think about Africa, don't think about Nigeria. I won't think about Rwanda. Don't think about any particular country where you come from. Think about Africa as a continent. And it is controversial, but I think it's important to also think about Africa. Even as a country, we are into this continental free trade area. So when you are thinking about the problem you can solve, engage beyond borders, find a problem that you can work on with a guy who's from a different country. One story example I want to close on is one of my colleagues at Harvard who's from Nigeria. His name is Kola Oyineyin. He took me from Rwanda. I took a colleague from Ghana, a colleague from Libya, and we came together to start solving for this problem of how can we more effectively harness diaspora contribution to solve problems in Africa. And that is really the model of engagement that I would like to see more of us doing while we still have the opportunity and the responsibility to help solving problems in our continent.
Thank you, Phil, and thank you all of you for your insights and your expertise on this panel. I'm sure everyone learned a lot. I learned a lot from you guys as well. And thank you once again for joining us here today. So it's the networking lunch break now that we'll be heading on to.
Yeah, thank you so much, everyone. Wow, it's been an amazing session so far. I really want to appreciate the panelists. I want to appreciate first and foremost Dr. Remy for bringing this youthful intergenerational panel together. I personally have, I've heard a lot, I've learned a lot, and I know there's still more to come. So very quickly, I just want to talk a bit about our activities and our events and campaigns at Legacy Premier Foundation. I'll just be sharing a slide very quickly to do that. Okay, so Legacy Premier Foundation is a global developmental non-profit organization committed to socio-economic empowerment and human capital development. So what we do basically is to build wealth and economic capacity around the world, especially within undeserved communities. That's at the very heart of what we do, trying to leverage our network talents, just as we have here, to build human capital, especially in those communities where they don't have much and they don't have much access to maybe resources and all that. So our focus areas, we We are very engaged and well invested in advocacy, access to capital, tech literacy, like what we are doing now. We have operations in renewable energy, capacity development, soft skills development, business incubators, education, financial literacy, mentorship and coaching, fintech, and intergenerational bridge building. Intergenerational bridge building, just like what we see now, is very much, like I said, at the heart of what we do at Legacy Premier Foundation. We believe that the youth is the future. I mean, we've heard this over and over again, and so we're heavily invested. A lot of the things we're going to be doing from now on will involve a lot of youths. As we can see, this event actually was planned by young people, and I just want to take out some time to appreciate them. Alice, Isaac, Juan, Emily, these guys have been great, and they're all youths, and they've pulled this all together. And so this is one of the things we want to focus on, creating opportunities for more people, more youths around the world. And we're not limited to just Africa. We have operations around the world, and US in Africa, and we're looking for youths to help to give, to open up opportunities to them, to help them, leverage their talent in any way that they can. Also, we are committed to the UN SDGs, and almost in every way, because what we do, we try to touch on as much as possible. A lot has been said about, engaging. A lot has been said about access. A lot has been said about investing in the continent. And at the very heart of what we do is these things. And also in line with the SDGs, we also do access to funding for Black businesses, the Legacy Renewable Energy Project, Arise Internship Program, Legacy Farms Wealth Initiative, and every other initiative as you've seen on the screen. Like I said, just taking the cue from what I said earlier about the youths, we have an internship program and a couple of other programs that we do just to engage the youth and create these opportunities globally for them to be able to get these platforms to show their talent. And so our target audience, we have students and learning institutions, families and communities, especially in underserved countries and locations around the world, women and girls. We're very invested in women and girls. We have international development partners, business entities, and the government. We believe this forms a network of influence to which we can leverage whatever resources we can get. From the previous session, a lot was said about how we need to, get the government involved, get, our local companies involved, get also investments from outside the continent and the countries involved. All this coming together forms, our network of influence, and that's what you see right here. Also, our programs and initiative, if you have the chance, you can check out our website now. It'll be displayed on the screen, legacypremier.org. You can see more about this. I have very limited time, so I'm trying to run through the slides. We have access to funding for Black businesses. Arise Global Internship Program. This is dedicated to the youths and young leaders around the world. The Minority Tech Initiative, one of the things that we've mentioned today, I think in this first session, was about the opportunities, and the scarcity and opportunities for minorities, especially Black people and Africans in the tech, in the tech ecosystem. And one of the things we're trying to do is bridge that gap, trying to get as much support as we can for people, like our panelists who are really involved and really invested in making sure that these opportunities go around, these opportunities are accessed by more Africans like themselves. So we have an initiative dedicated to that. We have Passionomics Maryland, the Legacy Financial Literacy Program, Legacy FinSTEAM, the Legacy Colossus Coaching for Women. This is something we're working on right now, and very soon we're going to announce this. It's just a coaching program for women in enterprise across underserved communities. We have the Legacy Farm to Wealth, Legacy Global Network, Legacy Global Academy Program, and the Legacy Premier Foundation Academy. These are our initiatives. If you visit the website, you're going to see more, and also you're going to see ways to support these initiatives. So just a little bit about the Arise Internship Global Program. The Arise program is designed to help young people harness the skills, and we have a lot of this in Africa. And we can see from this session, from this this conference that a lot of talents are in Africa, and there's no stopping already. There's no stopping. So, well, there are certain issues that would not allow these talents to be able to access opportunities across the globe, and such programs like this help young talents to be able to harness their skills and also help them position themselves properly for the global space. Like we heard in some of the sessions earlier, it's not just enough to be skillful. It's not just enough to have the talent. I think Kwame mentioned that you also have to network. And one of the things we're doing is to mentor and coach young talents around the world to be able to position themselves to access this opportunities. The Legacy Coaches Coaching for Women, it's something we set aside to empower women with the required skills and resources needed for relevant impact in their careers. Also in line with the UN SDGs, we aim to strengthen our commitment towards gender equality and parity by ensuring that every woman who goes through the coaching program becomes more value-driven, goal-oriented, confident, and empowered. And so we are, like I said earlier, very committed to women, and we've heard so much about diversity and inclusion in the program. And so this is one of the things that Legacy Premier Foundation is heavily invested in to ensure that we bridge that gap, provide the opportunities, access, and leverage our networks, around the world. So in conclusion, I hope I'm still within time. We will need the support of people. It's a non-profit organization as we've established earlier, and we can see that we have so much going on, in our sleeves right now, and we are looking for support from people around the world. If you're watching on the Facebook, LinkedIn, wherever you're streaming from, if you have a chance, you can visit our website, legacypremier.org, and these are the links to donate. I think it's also going to be put on the screen. So if you check it out, our initiatives, look at them, whatever one you think you can support, please do. We need the help of many. By ourselves, we can go just far, but together, I believe we can do, so much more. And that's why we're calling on, the general public, and everyone is interested and, really appreciates what we do. And so these are the links. I think it's going to be put on the screen also. So when you get a chance, you can visit our website and also, donate to support the cause. This is our information. You can connect with us on social media. We're on Facebook, we're on Twitter, we're on Instagram, we're on LinkedIn. Just check for Legacy Premier Foundation. And you can reach out to us via mail, info@legacypremier.org and www.legacypremier.org. So thank you so much. I'm just going to go back here for a minute just so you can look at some of our initiatives, really interesting ones, I must tell you, and some of them, we have a lot of things cooking in the background, but like I said, we're going to need support. So as much as you can, we want you to share in our vision. So thank you so much. I hope I was able to cover everything, and I'll be handing over to Isaac now, who will introduce Dr. M. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Toby, and thank you to everyone who has spoken so far this morning. It has been a pleasure. Next, we have the pleasure of hearing from our event host and Legacy Premier Foundation founder, Dr. Remy Duyoulet. Remy is a seasoned mentor, business owner, and influence strategist who is passionate about helping people maximize their potentials. Remy has uniquely excelled in corporate America, rising to the pinnacle of her career as a vice president of a Fortune 100 financial institution, despite many obstacles. Since, she has transitioned to a successful serial entrepreneur with an intentional impact. Remy is a certified corporate trainer, Les Brown Platinum speaker, and a member of the Forbes Coaches Council. She is also an author of the book titled Perseverance, The Winning Key to Your Destiny. She's an international trade specialist with focus on trade facilitation and access to capital backed with technical support. Remy is a certified human behavior consultant with specialization in the DISC personality profile assessments for individuals, professionals, businesses, and religious organizations. She currently serves as a commissioner in the great state of Maryland in the United States, sits on several local and international boards with influential capacities for impact. She's also a member of the National Coalition of 100 Black Women and other notable associations. As a serial entrepreneur with social impact, she doubles up as president and CEO of Image Consulting Group and founder of Legacy Premier Foundation in the US. Thank you, Dr. Rumi, for your passion and commitment. The floor is yours. And I think you might still be muted.
All right. Thank you so much, Isaac, for that warm introduction. I'm so excited to be amongst each and every one of you. Like all of you have said, I've learned so much. And this session is especially personal to me as a woman who have seen and grown in corporate America and seen other great women who are also growing and doing the great work that they are designed to do. So this afternoon, I'm so honored to have two great women in our midst that I will be introducing. My introduction might not justify who they are, but by the time you hear them speak and their passion for where they are and where they're going, you would agree with me that these are women who are trailblazing. They're not just pioneers, they're trailblazing in this industry of tech. They're trailblazing as women who are doing us proud locally and globally. Having said that, I'm going to briefly read their bios and then we'll get straight into our assignment. Welcome to them. The first bio that I have here is Tosin Adeniji. Tosin is an accomplished global product manager, creating media experiences and leading conversations on innovation, diversity, and inclusion, especially for Black women in tech. Currently, she's a principal product manager for Yahoo Sports at Verizon Media, where she's passionate about building immersive content experiences and most recently led the launch of Play AR, an immersive AR experience for NFL key players. Besides leading an ERG for Verizon Media, she shares her expertise in media and product management to individuals growing careers and businesses in tech through speaking engagements, mentoring, and sitting on advisory boards. Welcome, Tosin, and we were blessed to hear you share some gems during the previous session, and I say we're honored to have you again on this panel. Welcome, Tosin.
Thank you so much for having me.
Our second panelist is my very special sister who we have watched grow in the community. We are both in Maryland, and we've watched her do so many great things in the community, on the job, at home. She exemplifies a well-rounded woman, if you ask me what that means. That's someone who is able to balance things and still grow with it. So I'm going to read her bio. Currently, Shade Dada is an attorney with extensive policy and civic engagement experience. Professionally, she's currently Africa Public Policy Manager, Access and Connectivity at Facebook, where she works on broadband deployment policy to ensure communities in Africa have access to the internet and its economic and social benefits. Prior to this role, she was a public policy manager on Facebook's global connectivity and access policy team, working on internet policy issues across the globe. Prior to Facebook, Shade worked at the Wireless Infrastructure Association, U.S. Federal Communications Commission, and Microsoft. She was also an associate instructor in Indiana University's telecommunications department. Civically, Shade has served on the board and leadership teams of several organizations such as United People for Africa Congress, National Urban League chapters, African Diaspora for Good Governance, Sierra Club, and She Rises International, to name a few. Shade is a former candidate for the great state of Maryland House of Delegates, representing the 26th district of Prince George's County, a county that I proudly reside in. She is the recipient of several awards, including Prince George's County 40 under 40 Award, Umoja Award, Excellence in Activism, and Outstanding Woman in African Diaspora. Shade has dedicated herself to serving and advocating on behalf of the community before local, state, and federal policy makers. Shade earned her BS in journalism from Georgia Southern University, her MS in telecommunications from Indiana University, and her JD from Indiana University, Mora School of Law, all before the age of 24. That is a trailblazer indeed. She's licensed to practice law in the United States District of Columbia. Welcome, Shade.
Thank you so much for having me.
All right, we are so honored to have both of you powerhouses right in our midst today. And I am especially excited to engage with both of you at this time. And I'm imploring all our women out there to listen up to what you're about to hear from these trailblazing women. You all heard Tosi earlier and heard her contributions. You would agree with me, have made you to think of something that you can do differently and believed in yourself more. My first question to both of you, if you have to go back to your young self, what is that thing that you would tell that young self that would make that person really feel like I'm unstoppable? Because you guys have been unstoppable, but I know it didn't just happen overnight either. What would that be, that advice to that young self? Shade, we can start with you, or Tosi, whoever wants to go first.
Sure, I'm happy to jump in. For me, what I wish my younger self knew is that failures are actually opportunities. So I was one of those young women who beat myself up if I didn't think I accomplished something well enough. But now looking back over the trajectory of my life, including education and career, I can point to everything that I thought was a failure and see how they actually led to new explorations that I would not have even ventured into, or what I thought wouldn't be good for me, but turned out to be exactly where I needed to be. So I think that's the biggest piece of advice that I'd give my younger self. And I'd say, slow down, enjoy the process while you're in it.
Amazing. Slow down and enjoy the process. Yes, the process can be overwhelming. Thank you, Shade. Tosi, over to you, sister.
Yeah, sure. So for me, I would actually tell my younger self to start sooner, to not be worried about all the internal pressures that I was thinking about. So I actually wanted to get into the tech industry earlier, but I thought I couldn't do it because I didn't have a computer science degree. All I see is men. I just didn't think I could do it. And so I would tell my younger self to always start sooner. And so now I take my own advice, and as soon as I have an idea, I go for it. Sometimes it's good or bad, but I definitely always go for it.
And I thank you so much, Tosi. Both of you have just hit it right on, knowing that failures are opportunities. So what can it be that if you try and it doesn't work, you just have to try differently? And I think that's what Tosi is saying too, picking back on what Shade said, that was what she thought. Failures are just opportunities. Don't ever think of otherwise. And starting sooner. There's power in having time. When there's time on your side, you're able to do a lot of things. You can redo things, and you can just keep doing things over and over. Thank you, ladies. And now, why we have you here, Women in Tech. I know a lot of you, both of you, didn't necessarily have computer engineering as your major. You probably, your role that you do now might not be so heavily ingrained in computer and all of that, but you are powerhouses in your institution. How did that happen? How did you get to where you are now? And how can other people learn a few tips from you that can help them to pivot to whatever their desired goals are in the area of tech. And
Yeah.
anyone can go first.
I can share a bit. I shared a bit of my story earlier, so just in case anyone missed it, my major was in law in the UK, but I would say it wasn't a wasted degree, even though I'm not a practicing lawyer today, because what I learned in studying law was that jargon is there in every industry, and so when I started to transfer into tech, yes, I didn't have a computer science degree. No, I do not code. But I realized this is just jargon that I just need to get my head around and understand what it is. And actually that has served me very, very well, because as a product manager, my role is between business and tech. So I equally spend most of my time with engineers talking about software development. And some stuff, yes, it may go over my head, but I understand that there's jargon, and there's never a bad time to ask a question. So if there really wasn't something I didn't understand, it's okay to say, hey, can you just explain that to me again? And so that helps on that side, but it also helps with my communication skills, again, from law, because I need to often translate to other functions in the business what we are actually trying to build. So I work similarly with people like Sade, like legal teams and marketing teams, and they do not understand the tech side. So I really have to try and pull out my communication skills and try to share what we're building. So I would say whatever your starting point is, you can always find a place for yourself in the tech industry, and you can take a lot of different skills. From law, I went into marketing, and again, marketing is basically about the user. And so I think about tech and the things that I build now, and it's always about the user. So a lot of my genesis has actually helped in my current state and hopefully in my future.
Amazing. Thank you, Tosin. Sade, over to you, please.
Sure. My story is very strange, because people always ask me, how did you go from journalism to being in tech? But when I was in J school, I had a professor who made us do a project about why we picked a particular part of communications that we wanted to focus in on. And I did my project on people having access to information and being able to tell their own stories. And he said, access to information, you really think you're going to do that telling one story at a time? And I was like, that is like bursting my bubble. He's like, that's not how journalism ends up working. So he introduced me to broadband. And it was at a time where, everybody was getting online. Things were becoming all internet. Everybody was screaming internet. And that's when I discovered that if I really want to help people have access to information, maybe the modes of that information is the place to be, opening those up. So from second year in undergrad, I really zoned in on that. And I looked at all the people who were helping make that happen. I knew I made good grades in science and math, but I didn't like it. It took a lot. And so I knew I didn't want to go that route, and figured what else could I do? And I realized that policy was a really big factor in enabling communications spaces. So I just set my mind from that point to go into policy. And I looked at all the policymakers, most of them were lawyers. And so I went that route. And while I was in the process, I had my first internship at the Federal Communications Commission, and realized that a lot of lawyers, like Tosin said, have no idea about the business that they're regulating, the tech side of things. And so I decided I want to do my master's in telecom, just so I can understand the business and the management of telecommunications. And that really helped a lot. So, going into tech companies without that kind of technical background hasn't been too bad for me, because I learned to speak the language and understand it quite early, because I focused that early in my education. But I'm not an engineer. I have to deal with engineers a whole lot, because we're doing network design, and you can't talk about the laws that impact telecom or internet access without understanding those technical details. And so I read a lot, and I tap into my colleagues and my network, and I memorize a lot, and that really helps me make it through. But I like what Tosin said about not being scared to ask questions. And a lot of times as women, we don't want to look like we don't know something because we already have imposter syndrome. But having the ability to ask questions when you don't know something actually ends up putting you ahead of other people who just kind of fake it. And that has really helped me, being very inquisitive and asking as many questions as I possibly can along the way.
Well, thank you, ladies. If you're out there hearing us, you've got to be intentional about your life. You have to be intentional about your journey and be ready to put in the work. WORK. Hearing these two stories of these amazing ladies, one thing they've done consistently is putting in the work, doing the research, finding out how can I do more? How can I know more? The minute they identify that this is a passionate lane for them, they didn't just fold their hands. They're like, let's do more, let's be more. And as women, that's what we do. That's what we do most. But sometimes we have this self-limiting doubts that makes us think we have to have all the answers before we even step in. No, what I'm hearing them say is it's a process. And like they opened up and said, enjoy the process. And that's what they are doing. When you enjoy the process and you're building with the process, you're going to keep trailblazing like they both are. I mean, when you get to read their bio or Google their name, you would know that these are women that we ought to be proud about. I mean, we should be proud of what they are doing. So thank you, ladies, for sharing. My next question, what are some of the challenges you have faced as African women working in the tech space, or as women, period, working in the tech space?
For me, Sade touched on imposter syndrome. It's a daily thing, and it's twofold, I would say. One, being a Black woman, there is nobody that does my job in my company. I've been in my company for the last 4 years. I'm the only Black female product manager. If anyone out there knows about tech and who product managers are, we tend to be the ones who make the decisions about how we're building our products, why we're building our products, and have to defend our products. And that means when it goes bad, product managers usually get pinned up for it. And so as a Black woman leading a group of men, I have probably one female engineer, I think. A group of men is who I deal with every day. And then added effect is I work on Yahoo Sports. I'm not necessarily the biggest sports fan, but I took it as a challenge because what I've learned over the years is we cannot shy away from being in these spaces. It is challenging. I'm never going to lie to anybody and say it's not challenging to be the only, whatever it is, only woman, only Black woman, only person with no tech background, like computer science background. There's always a different type of only, but we can't shy away from being in those spaces because our voices will never be heard. And so for me, what was really important is building products, which is like apps that we use, websites that we use every day. I started to see people like me weren't being featured. And so the fact that I'm in the space, it makes a difference because nobody else in that room is going to think, hey, there's no like Black faces in this marketing campaign, or there's no, have we thought about tapping into African audiences? No one else will really think about that because that is not their perspective. And so I try and change my challenges into positive and find it as an opportunity as a Black woman. So I don't know if I answered your question. I kind of shifted it a little bit because there are challenges on a daily. Aside from imposter syndrome, there's also just the fact of how people perceive you. If you are a strong, opinionated Black woman, we know from various different stories how people may think that you're aggressive, that you're bossy, it's a negative. But I've learned to, as you get higher in the ranks, you have to be just on par with your colleagues. And if your colleagues are opinionated and showcasing their expertise. There should be no reason why, as a Black woman, we should let any of those stereotypes stop us. We have to remember that we are there because of our expertise and skills.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Tosi. Shade.
One of the biggest challenges that I have faced is trying to create a space for myself within the different roles that I have that really position me to showcase my skills. And what I mean by that is sometimes when you have your entire life, like many Black women who are in the types of positions we're in, we've had to demonstrate our value and work extremely, extremely hard to get where we are. And once people realize that you work hard, they want to just keep working you. And so I found myself in positions where I have to be nose down and doing a lot of behind the scenes, really gritty work to accomplish the goals of any particular organization or company. Whereas sometimes I want to do more than that. I want to, have the opportunity to speak. I want to have the opportunity to demonstrate who I am and my impact and my value. So that's been challenging. And I think the best way to do that is to be vocal about what you want and find those opportunities for yourself and take them. Don't wait for them to be given to you. Apart from that challenge, another thing that has been difficult is just life balance. When you're in these kind of positions that have strenuous schedules or a lot of time commitment, you can't get lost and forget the other things that make you happy, like family and wellness and those sorts of things. And so having that balance has been challenging, but it's great to work at a place that kind of values that. At Facebook, we have lots of resources to help navigate that and encourage you to actually, take time off or to, you get money to go get massages and things like that. But it's been challenging to have that type of balance as I progress in my career.
And I really want to be able to chime in with both of you, being someone who was in corporate America many moons ago before now. That challenge is always something that you have to balance. The work-life balance is so, so very important, and being able to find yourself and position yourself as a brand, even though you have the big name companies that you're serving because of your genius and your expertise, but who are you as individuals? So it's very important to find that you, so that you can build around that you, and people would embrace that once you continue to do your A game, but having that balance and drawing the boundaries and knowing when do I stop, when do people know where to stop before they get beyond the boundary. And Tosin said it also, you've earned the right to be there. So just because it's all men or what have you, the onlyness, being that only, I call it onlyness, it shouldn't stop you. You should always feel good and pat yourself on the back that you've earned the right to be somewhere. It doesn't matter where the where is, and celebrate that ability to be that in that place. When you do that, you can enjoy yourself. I think I heard Shadi say, enjoying the process. It's so very easy to forget and not enjoy that moment because we're very, we're pace setters and we have so many things that we see happening, but being able to enjoy that moment is very, very critical. And when I see both of you and how you're evolving and blossoming and just showing up and showing off and making us all proud, all we can do, we older ones, is to keep you in our prayers, knowing that your where you're going is so deep and great. But one thing for sure is you've got to maintain that balance, and you've got to know that you are brand you. It's that brand that made whoever that company name is to pick you. They are the ones who are lucky enough to have eagle eyes to have such people like you. And that's the way I carried myself in corporate America. Black, foreign, Nigerian accent in corporate America, rose from teller to vice president. It wasn't easy. It's still the same now. I hear some of you tell me some stories offline. it's still the same thing that you're dealing with, but being able to know you as that brand, like Shadi and Tosi says, is going to help you to know what are those areas that you need to work on to be that better you, because we're not perfect, right? So then when you work on those areas, you're going to be more energized to be a blessing, to just be that vessel that can be used anywhere.
And
I have a
Dr.
question.
Diule,
I know you can all echo that. I'll let
having someone like you, Dr. Diule, to look up to and see who, you know, your accomplishments in corporate America is also very helpful for women like us coming up after you. So thank you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. That is so special. Thank you so much, Shadi. I appreciate that. And that's the goal. We need to see each other. I'm not a techie. I don't, maybe Shadi will pull me offline and say, Auntie, this is what you need to do to be in technology. I'm none of that. But one thing I know for sure is there's a need to balance, and there's a need to let people know they have shoulders they can lean on to chat and just shoot the breeze offline, to give them that professional balance that they want. And that's what I'm praying that I can be to people that are out there that are listening to us. So thank you for those kind comments. So what advice do you have for African women wanting to be in the tech space but don't know how to get there? Any special nuggets or gems that you have for them?
Sure, I'm happy to take this first. Networking is really, really important. I know not everyone has the opportunity to go to, you know, schools that are known for recruiting people into the tech space. I was trying to get back to Washington, D.C. From Indiana University, and the only way I could do it is network and meet people, you know, make phone calls. And I used to cold call people. I would join organizations, various organizations from professional to social, and, you know, get the Rolodex of people who were members or see who's speaking at different events and follow up with them. I used LinkedIn, I called, I emailed, whatever source of information that I had for someone. And some people flat out ignored me, but others didn't. Others actually thought it was great that I was reaching out to them. And I formed relationships back then that I still have today, and I can call on those people, and it helps. I was telling the story to someone about, they wanted to know how I got into Facebook for my first role. And I don't have the solid answer of like what was going through everyone who interviews me head, but I do remember at least 3 of the interviews that I had where people recognized folks who were on my recommendations list. I always add, you know, a list of references to the back of my resume. And I would spend all this time during interviews just talking about who I know because they saw it on my list. And that makes a difference in this space, at least on the side of the tech world that I'm on. And networking with people that you see who are doing the things that you want to do and reaching out to them, you'll be surprised how many people are willing to have conversations with you and introduce you to people. And I'm always open to do that too. So people watching, you can write my name down and take me up on the offer and reach out to me on LinkedIn. I think that's what we should be doing for ourselves and creating those opportunities. We are not in it to accomplish things on our own, but to also make sure that there's a pipeline of people coming up behind us who can also take our place and do even greater.
Wow. Thank you, Shadi.
Sorry, just to add to that, over to you. Networking is definitely crucial. I think depending on what you're trying to do in tech, and maybe you don't know what you want to do, that's completely fine. But 2 pivotal moments that I think about is when I built something. And I'm not, as I said, the coder or the designer, but I gathered a team. When I was working in music, I saw the disruption of tech. I saw the likes of Spotify and Apple, but I also was just curious in other areas. So I ended up starting a beauty business, a beauty subscription box, and had to build a website and a whole tech backend. That at that point, I shared so much with people what I was building that people started to associate me with tech. They were like, "Oh wow, how do you build this without Shopify?" This was like 8 years ago now, something. And so by building something that I wanted and that I thought could serve others, it started to help me talk about tech. And so when I actually did go in for a official tech interview, even though years prior I was working in marketing, I could speak about that particular project. And I think sometimes that's what people like to have when you're in interviews. They want to hear your experiences. It's not only your education. And like Sade said, not every time you'll be able to network at events. Maybe now it's a little easier because we're all virtual, but prior to this time, everything was physical. And so it's very difficult sometimes to network, but it's easy to talk about something you built. And so even recently, after I graduated from my MBA, I actually got my job because I built something whilst I was doing my MBA, and that led to my company Verizon being interested in what I was building, and that's how I got my foot in the door. And so I didn't have the largest network. I really didn't. I came from England. I had only entertainment and music experience. And so I didn't have that network. Yes, I had a degree, but I think the real tipping point was building and sharing. So I just encourage people, if you have an idea, and that's the thing, with Black women, we have ideas that only serve Black women. Mm-hmm. And no one else is going to build it. No one else is going to have that idea. And so you can definitely have an idea and then go and network, as Sade said, on LinkedIn, Instagram, Twitter, all these great platforms to find people who can help you build it. But the point is that it will give you a bigger experience to talk about and to learn from than waiting for this magical job or magical career. And so I just encourage us all to build, and we need those things in the world right now.
Amazing. Thank you, Tosin. And I just, I'm hearing both of you speak, and I'm sitting here very excited, and shout out to our interns who have put this together. This is an example of building. I don't want to mention names, but they have all put this together so beautifully as a team. So right there, that's an experience that they see, a process that they went through. So who knows when that interview would come. And now they have something that they can say they were part of. They exclusively did this. I mean, I might have made one phone call here and there to speakers, but they identify those people. So to me, that's huge. That's something they probably would have never known if they were not interning right now. They would still know it, but maybe not right now. So relationship currency is what I'm hearing great ladies say is very pivotal in everything we do. That relationship currency, you have to earn it. It's not something that you just drop a name and it's done. You've got to have your sweat equity in such things. You have to be able to raise your hand to volunteer when you don't even know what you're doing. Like I did when I was in corporate America. I would volunteer to be on a golf tournament. I didn't even know how to golf. All I would do the registration so I can be in the room with the right people who I know would make the sale I needed to meet my goals. Today, it's history. But then it was painful because you have to leave everything and be in some places that you didn't even know what you were doing. So I hear them saying it, that it still works still today. The relationship currency is very critical. And wherever you are, serve with your heart. You never know whose name you are going to drop somewhere that will make head turn. And now they won't even ask you any questions about the interview. They're already thinking, oh, Sade Tosi knows this person, Oprah Winfrey, or whoever that name is. And they already know the caliber of that person. Immediately, the question flow will be easy. It will just be conversation. You know, you already have an A without even taking an exam. So that happens with you sowing your own seed of service. So I'm going to ask another question. Thank you, ladies. So we know that, do you feel that there's a renewed energy to hire Black women in the tech space now?
I think there is. I think that right now D&I is really popular. People are talking about diversity and inclusion, and Black women are a good place to go and get that. And I think it's popular. there's a renewed energy. One of the things that I've been grappling with is just how to make it sustainable, because we've had waves of that in the past. Even before I was in any kind of professional world, I've heard people's stories of the ways of hiring diverse people, and particularly women. And one thing that we have to remember as Black women is that we have high levels of education compared to other minority classes, and so it does make it, at least it should make it easier for us to be hireable in those spaces. I think along with that renewed energy, there should be energy to maintain us in these different places. So create environments where we actually stay and where we're advancing. And I think that's somewhere we can spend a lot more energy within the tech space, is just seeing people attain higher positions and positions that have a lot more responsibility. I was really excited to hear about Tosin's role and her being the only one who looks like her doing it. And that's great. It is so encouraging to me to hear that. And on my team, when I was introduced on my team, I didn't even actually know it until my boss said it, that I was the first woman to do my role. And that I didn't even think about it, but people actually care about those things, and we should be encouraging more women, and we have to bring people with us. So it's not enough to just get there, but I know I'm intentional whenever we're looking for consultants, or we're looking to have an event or something where we can pull in others. I always try to think, who do I know that can fill this space? Who can I bring in? Who can we tap into from my network? And Black women are always at the top of that list. There's always a Black woman that has a business or a corporation or, an organization that we can partner with. And so we have to take advantage of the fact that there's so much emphasis right now on hiring us and on bringing Black women to the forefront. We have to seize the opportunity.
Tosin?
Yeah, I think Sade hit the nail on the head. There's such a focus right now for particularly Black women and Black talent. I think the renewed energy is great, but we need to build a pipeline. What I have seen is that maybe the Black talent over-indexes in one certain area and is completely absent from another. Or alternatively, I've seen that the Black talent is really heavy in the junior levels, but as you see the senior levels, it's just not there. And so I'm pretty vocal on building Black talent across the board, across different departments, industries, etc., and different levels. We still do not see enough Black women in top tier positions, in the C-suite, in the VP level, particularly in more tech-heavy roles like engineering, like product management, even policy as well. We do not see it as much. And so I think that renewed energy, I would love for it to, number one, sustain, but number two, really look across the spectrum. And alternatively, I would also say that the renewed energy should not necessarily build this workhorse mentality in Black women. I think Sade touched upon it before. Black women are excellent workers. We are excellent. We have great education. We are great workers. We know how to maintain relationships with a lot of different people. And once a manager sees that, you tend to be the go-to person for everything. And then on top of that, you're balancing your personal life, which we also know is heavy as well. And so I'm very aware and just trying to be cognizant of that workhorse mentality being put on Black women. And then we get stuck and we don't necessarily get the promotions. We don't necessarily get the larger opportunities. We don't get the speaking engagements and so forth. And that's really important because it goes back to your point, Doctor, that we should see each other then once we see each other, we can be encouraged to keep moving forward. So I love the renewed energy. I love it. I support it 100%. I think it's now time for us to take some direction and say we want to see this continue, and how can we leverage it for the future.
Right. And thank you both very much. And the way to continue this is what both of you have said, creating that intentionality of raising other people, having a succession plan, whereby we have a reservoir of people that can fill in roles, whether it be businesses that you will make on your list to be one of those that would maybe never have gotten a call. Now they get a call because you're at the table. So let's be intentional. And you have all have given examples of how that intentionality can come to place. This company's won the diversity, but if we are now at the table as women, as Black women, African women, and we're silent and we're not able to raise our hands and make recommendations that might help other people that we're already creating platforms for, then that will be our own, then we will have to blame ourselves. So we should not, like you all said, get too excited about the renewed energy. Let's be intentional about making those renewed energy translate to results that will help us, again, pivot, be in those high-ranking positions that we so much deserve and desire. Thank you all very much. My other question is, what role has mentorship played in your professional journey? Either of you can start first, please.
Yeah, I can talk about mentorship. So I've never actually had an official mentor, I would say. I always wanted one, and I was pretty biased. I wanted one that looks like me. So a Black woman would have been great who worked in tech, but somehow I just never had one. But what I have leveraged is sponsors, and sponsors to me are those cheerleaders who talk about you when you're not in the room. A mentor is my coach who is guiding me. So I've had a lot of sponsors, and I really value the sponsors that I've had, and they have not been necessarily Black women. But where I have sought mentorship, I've tried to do it from a digital way, where I kind of follow someone's career, or I follow someone's journey. And you know, when I was in the UK and no one around me was in tech, no one around me understood what I was trying to do, I sought to find that online. And so I would follow on Twitter or Instagram, or like you said, LinkedIn, and try to connect with some folks. But even just hearing what they were going through, the struggles they were going through, or the opportunities that they had, it enlightened me to know what to expect, at least when I do arrive in this corporate America tech field. So mentorship, I would love to have one. Again, it's hard to find one, I guess. I think you are usually found as a mentor rather than you find. But sponsors always seem to come into my life. So yeah.
Awesome.
For me, mentorship has been so important. Most of the people that I consider a mentor were not people that I actually sat down and asked, will you be my mentor? They're just people who the relationship evolved into that. And so, you know, I have them for different aspects of my life, both professionally, religiously. And I will say there's one time that I did have an official mentor. I joined this leadership institute. It's called the Daniel Leadership Institute, and it's based out Jesus House, DC in Silver Spring, Maryland. And it's a training program where they have young people or youngish people in their career, where you actually set out an individual development plan. And they forced us through that program to actually identify someone to be your mentor that you think can help you plan out the next 5 years of your life professionally. And in that program, I wanted to do more international policy work. And so I was at the Federal Communications Commission at that time. And I just decided to ask some people that I had developed relationships with if they could help me get the chief of the International Bureau to be my mentor for this program. And it worked. And she's actually said yes, she had time. And I think that's one thing that we should encourage people, is that don't be scared to just ask. Even though that was a requirement of the program I was in, the Leadership Institute, I still could have been like super, super nervous to ask that question, and to seek that person to be my mentor on a regular basis. And outside of that, I've just maintained relationship across different organizations and the company that I'm in.
Well spoken, ladies. Sponsors, mentors, just having positive people in your space and having them for different things is very important, because one person might not be enough for everything. So knowing that this is the lane that you want this person to serve and be on your journey with you is very important. Otherwise, it can be very confusing if you're looking for someone for everything and they're only good in some. So I like the example that Shadi gave, that different people for different segments of her life. And also, like Tosin said, some are going to be sponsors, not mentors. I always tell my mentees that who is going to talk about you when you're not in the room? Who are your board of advisors? What are you doing that will make somebody want to even remember to mention your name? I mean, you can be at the table, but there are some names you won't necessarily mention because your integrity will be automatically on the line. Some of you threw your integrity online to help us get some speakers today because of your good heart and your belief in what we are doing. Ordinarily, the kind of people we've gotten today are not people that would just jump at my name or anything, because they don't know who in the world I am. But because you all believe in what we are doing, you're doing that. So no matter who you are, you should always do what you know will make an impact on someone. You don't have to do everything they want, but be yourself and be ready to listen. It might be just listening ears that you need. They don't need your money most of the time. They just need somebody to talk to. So as you journey in your life, for those who might hear this later, especially young upcoming men and women, you've got to be able to sow, to be able to volunteer. Strategic volunteerism, volunteering yourself to greatness, is what I always jokingly tell myself that I did in corporate America. Volunteered for everything, worked myself so hard, but I enjoyed everything I did. And today they have become a part of me, because that's how I learned what I'm doing now. Always the one volunteering when the bank needs somebody to do something in the community. And I started enjoying it, seeing that these are great ways to have relationship. Not only did I enjoy it, I made my goals. I hit the goals and was always someone that they sought after. So to me, I was able to kill two birds with one stone. So please take a listen at what we're doing, take some tips and make it work. Let the season that every eyes are on us women, let it count for you. Don't just be another woman that will be pointing fingers or that will be a hater to other women that are growing and aspiring to be great. When they're at the table, you are at the table. Let's celebrate one another. And that's so very important as we begin to be, everybody has attention on women, but be readily available to be that woman that will be selected for greatness. My next question goes as this. We asked a question about the Black women and what is the advantage that we enjoy now, and you guys have said it all. There are some Black women or women in general out there right now who are still like feeling that they, despite what we've been saying, they still have a struggle. They're still in themselves, they're in their space, they're overthinking these things, and they're just trying to get all the equations to balance before they start. What would be your advice to those ladies or men who might be listening to us and say, oh, they don't know what they're talking about? How do you want to have us advise them to know, like, you've got to do it afraid?
I would just say one of the founding principles of tech is to fail fast, but also to iterate early. And even though we apply that to when we're actually building the technology products, I do apply that somewhat to my own life. And so I really empathize with overthinking and you know, just being so in your head, like, I don't see this happening for me. I really do empathize, and I understand like why, particularly for Black women, that is a recurring thought. But similar to the tech principle I just mentioned, I would say try. And then if you fail fast, like pivot. We have to learn how to get that thick skin that we unfortunately have to have, because not only are we women, but we're Black women. So we have that double side of the coin where we're so few and far between that we have to push past that if we want to see the difference. We have to push past the insecurities and overthinking. But then also I would just say having a network is really, really important. Those people do not have to be physically in your space. You may not have anyone around you that is understanding what you want to do in tech, and that is fine. But you can always reach out, as Shade said, reach out to herself, myself. There's many other women who understand and have been in that same position. And sometimes we tell ourselves narratives like we have children, we have a husband, we have this, we have church, we have so many different things that's why we shouldn't do it. But instead, I implore people to switch the narrative and say, because of all those things, that's why I can do it. Because you have so many different perspectives and lenses that the average person in tech does not have. And that is a benefit. We should always look at it as an advantage and not a disadvantage.
Awesome.
I would say find your people. It doesn't have to just be people in your professional network. Find your hype man, your hype women, the people who make you feel good about the things that you have accomplished. Because a lot of times when we get in our heads about where we're trying to go and think that we can't get there, it's just being discouraged about who we are. But if you have people in your corner who can remind you of what you've overcome already, the things that you've already accomplished, they're telling you things that you didn't know about yourself or that you didn't think were great, that actually gives you a lot of confidence. I know it does for me. And so there are some people that you'll have in your life that when you talk to them, you just get so down, they're negative. Maybe those are people you don't need to talk to as much. You need to have people in your corner that you know if you call them, they have some words of encouragement to tell you, and they have the ability to remind you, you know, of your greatness. And each one of us has greatness in us, you know, and you need people that can draw that out of you and remind you of those things that you've maybe told them that you've dreamt about doing, or, you know, those things that you accomplished way back when you didn't think anyone was listening. And I draw from that. It really encourages me to keep going, to keep trying, and just seeing the excitement. Even the younger people in my life, like my family members who are younger, who are like, you know, even for this panel, like, oh, I just want to listen to you. I just want to join in, but you're not really in tech. Why do you care? Because it's you, and that makes me feel good, and it makes me want to do a good job. And the next thing I want to accomplish, I know I can do it, and I have to do it because there's people who are cheering for me and rooting for me to be successful. So just find your people, your hype people.
Awesome. Find your hype people. That is so well said. You need those hype people. Honestly, always. You need them. And those who maybe make your spirit there are processes that you're going through, because you need those high people, honestly, because you cannot feel alone. The worst thing to do is to feel like you're alone when you're working to make impact, because all both ladies are doing is making impact in the world. So you're not alone. One with God is a majority from a spiritual perspective, even from a physical perspective. Having those people who you know are your hype, your cheerleaders, even when you're alone in a room with somebody who is not so pleasantly friendly, you're not thinking about their unfriendliness, you're thinking about what you carry. Those people who are cheering you on and say, Tosin, go, 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 Shade, go, go, go. Who you know they want you to be successful. And when we do that, we can overcome a lot of obstacles, because obstacles will always be there. The unknown and the known. That should not stop the journey, right? Because they are shoulders that we have that people want to lean on. No matter how strong or weak you think your shoulder is, people want to lean on that shoulder, trust me. So because of the need for other people to lean on you, you can't give up on them. So you've got to have energy around you through those hype men and women. So well said, ladies. Thank you so much. I know our time is approaching. I'm getting some reminders. What are your closing remarks based on what you've heard and the whole conference right now? And then I'll open it up for maybe there are people who have questions that we can take before our session is over. Any parting words for the good of the group?
Sure, I can go. For me, I'd like for everyone that's listening, this is an African Techcellence conference, lots of Africans and people interested in Africa listening. We come from greatness. We come from people who are so strong, who are resilient. We have that blood in us. And I just want everyone to feel that and understand that whatever they're setting their eyes to, they can accomplish. Just, you don't even have to look that far to realize the type of people we are. I mean, I hear the stories from my parents of what they went through when they were younger, how they came to this country. You know, they proved themselves in every step of the way and are living, great lives that people may not have even expected of them back then. And when I think of that and I think of all the other people who have that same story, I'm like, what else? I can't fail. This is where I come from. I come from great people, resilient people. And we need to use that same resilience and that same know-how, that power that we have to improve our countries and our continent of Africa through the skills that we have. And for me, I'm doing that through, broadband access. And I encourage people to kind of look at their little piece of the puzzle and draw from that greatness that we have within us and that power we have within us to give back and to be a part of the solution and to improve the continent.
Awesome. Tosin.
Yeah, for me, I would just implore everyone to remind themselves that every part of the body is needed, every part. And what drew me to tech was that there's no uniformity in voice, but there's also no dictatorship. So you can actually bring your voice, bring your opinion, bring your skill set, bring everything that you have, and it's valid. There's a space for it. There's never not enough space. There's always space for you. And so whether you're in Africa on the continent or whether you are African in the diaspora, there's always something that is needed. And particularly Black women, there is not enough of us in this industry, not just on the corporate side, but even in the startup world or in the funding world, that whatever is your passion or your area of interest, I would just encourage everyone to go for it and try and connect those dots. It may not always be easy, but as we mentioned, there's always encouragers and cheerleaders by your side.
Wow. Thank you, ladies, so very much. You have really inspired me. I'm so honored to be in your presence. I'm also publicly thanking you and telling you all how proud we are of who you are, what you're doing, and what you would do. And to also let you know, Legacy Premier Foundation and our board of directors say thank you to you. And we're going to come back. We're Oliver Twist. We're going to come back and lean on your shoulders, ladies, to see how we can support our young and emerging leaders, especially the women in Africa and here in America. Thank you both so very much. I'm so honored for your presence, and thank you for your contribution to seeing to the success of this day. You've made my days, my birthday tomorrow. Today has been the best day. I mean, you guys just gave birth to something special that we've been planning. And thanks to all our interns, oh my God, these are the most amazing people in the world to pull these things together to make talk, writing, action. That's powerful. Thank you all very much. And now I'm going to hand it over. If there are questions at this point, we'll take them, but I think we have 2 more minutes so that the next session can start. Thank you all very much, ladies. I appreciate you. And
Thank you.
Keep rocking the world. We're proud of you.
And happy birthday for tomorrow.
Yes, happy birthday.
Thank you.
Well, all right. I believe that was my cue. I'd like to thank the previous panel that went on and the panel before. I really appreciate the insights that were shared in both segments. I tuned in. The funny thing, I was able to take a couple of phone calls in between sessions, and everybody is asking the same question. And I told them, tune into this particular panel discussion we're about to start right now, so that they can get some of those questions answered. How can somebody get started? What's the best framework? What's the ceiling? What's the ceiling? How far can I go? Well, ladies and gentlemen, I have the pleasure of introducing the next set of panelists, and these set of panelists have been individuals that I've gotten to know over the years. Follow one in particular very closely. I'm very proud of, and but before before I get started with that, however, I wanted to just mention something. This previous panel just spoke. Shadi Dada, Tosin Adeniji, you guys really touched on some key points, and I those that don't know, we're going to hopefully get some snippets of what they said, so that it's not lost in the ether, but rather it's echoed over and over again. Thank you again for what you've done thus far. Thank you, Dr. Remy, for giving us a platform to get started. And with that being said, I'd like to transition over to the next segment. And in this segment, we're going to be talking about diversifying the tech space, diversifying the tech space. And for this particular panel, there are 3 individuals. I'm hoping that we have all 3 individuals ready to go. And I will have the pleasure of introducing them. Now, the first person that I'd like to introduce to this panel goes by the name of Pakwesi Bartels. Forgive me if I didn't pronounce that correctly. Correct me when I bring you on. It's not always names that roll off the tongue. But anyway, I want to pronounce it correctly. It is your name, so I want to say it right. So correct me if I was wrong. He's a software engineer at Lockheed Martin. And as such, let me just give you a couple of highlights of who it is that we're talking about. He's an experienced engineer with a focus on project management. He actually received his Bachelor of Science degree from the University of Maryland, Baltimore County. He began his career with Lockheed Martin shortly after that. Recently, he received his MBA from the Pennsylvania State University and continues to use his technical experience and business sense to drive his company's agenda forward. Outside of work, he's focused on leveraging emerging technologies to inspire and improve the lives of people in his home continent of Africa. This includes the creation of the Thank You, Love You organization. That's actually a nonprofit organization that focuses on raising awareness and donations to causes in Africa and in the Black community. In his spare time, he enjoys consuming art, learning about the newest tech, and of course, watching the newest Marvel movies. Pakwesi, thank you for joining us. Welcome to this segment.
Thank you for having me. Happy to be here.
Awesome. The next individual I'd like to introduce, it goes by the name of Ayo, but his full name is actually Ayodele Duile, MPM engineering. That's the engineering program manager at Microsoft. So this young man is someone that began his career in tech in 2015, actually. And at that time, he joined Lockheed Martin's 3-year engineering rotational leadership development program, focusing on system engineering, test engineering, and software engineering for each rotation. During that program, Ayo earned his master's in engineering project management from Drexel University. In his 3 years at Lockheed Martin, Ayo earned several awards for achievement, which include a special recognition award from the vice president, an innovation award from the senior program manager of underwater systems, and an outstanding achievement with the engineering leadership development program. After completing his program, Ayo left Lockheed Martin and started his role in the product development virtual reality for Facebook, where his team was awarded the first Emmy for outstanding achievement, outstanding innovation in interactive media in 2019. Today, Ayo is now the engineering program manager for Microsoft's Azure team and heading its growth in the Atlanta metro area. Ayo, welcome to today's panel.
Thanks for having me.
Awesome. Awesome. Thank you. And the third person that we'd like to bring to the panel, it goes by the name of Kojo Boki. I again correct my pronunciation. I know
I'm gonna, because that was close, but no cigar. So I'm gonna correct it. So
okay.
I don't normally, but because you were so open and said correct it, I'm gonna. So it's Boachi. So Boa, you can either use it as
Boachi.
Perfect.
Boachi.
Absolutely perfect.
Okay, cool. Thank you. I did want that. And for those that don't know, you have to really the alphabet is not an English alphabet.
Exactly.
So you can't just see it and pronounce it in this English format. You have to actually use the dialect of the country thereof. So that's why I wanted to do you justice by correcting me. So thank you very much. I take no offense. I encourage everyone to pronounce names correctly.
Thanks for being open.
For that. Well, he is Facebook's Director for Public Policy for Africa. He's an ICT for Development practitioner with 17 years experience working with governments, fixed line and mobile operators, development partners, online service providers, content developers, entrepreneurs, and civil society organizations. Well, prior to joining Facebook, he was the deputy executive director for the World Wide Web Foundation Alliance for Affordable Internet. And he previously headed research and consultancy at Commonwealth Telecommunication Organization, that's CTO. Before being asked to lead Facebook's policy work in SSA, Kojo's work focused on broadband affordability, connectivity, and access, with a special focus on the socio-economic impact of broadband services. Today, his work involves the full gamut of policy matters that impact the digital economy, including data privacy, content policy, taxation, cybersecurity, election integrity, what else? Online safety, digital literacy, digital payments, and of course, entrepreneurship. Kojo continues to be passionate about creating opportunities for Africa and Africans. Most recently, he joined the board for Junior Achievement Africa. In addition to a master's degree in development studies, Kojo holds a BA in African history and development studies from the School of Oriental and African Studies, and that's out of the University of London. Welcome, Kojo, to today's panel.
Thanks so much. Great to be here.
Awesome. Well, that might have been a mouthful for some. I enjoy reciting every word because the truth of the matter is this is what this is all about. Limitations and ceilings don't exist. They only exist in our minds. And once you can understand that, you really have to appreciate the fact that there are individuals that are also of that similar mindset. There is no limit to what we can do. And that's what we want to get into today. How do we diversify in the tech space? How do we do that? And what does that mean to these individuals? And understanding that these young men have not done this just because they were men. Actually, I want to be as bold to say that their mothers had something to do with it. If nothing else, they were here because of their mothers. We all came through the same route, and we all were birthed from parents that did something. And then from that point, we either got inspired or we did something greater still, and we inspired ourselves. So I want to hear the stories and see how did this thing start? What was the deciding factor to get into, before we can diversify the tech space? How did you get into tech? Let's start with that. What was the give me 1-2 minutes of what happened? What happened? Let's start. Let's go in reverse order. Kojo, how did you do it?
I always tell people that my arrival in tech wasn't particularly deliberate. People look at my career and the qualifications out of uni, development studies, and movement to the Commonwealth Telecoms Organization, then Sir Tim Berners-Lee's Web Foundation, and then Facebook, and they think like, okay, this guy had a really deliberate journey. It was all planned out and he executed. And actually, if I think about how I got into tech, I fell into tech. I finished my master's. You call me a young man. I haven't been called a young man for many, many years, but I appreciate it. But I fell into tech in 2004. I finished my master's 2003 or 2004, one of them, and was basically looking for a role. And I often tell people, and I really wanted a role in development. So if my first job had been in supporting refugee camps or working on debt financing or malaria or whatever else it would have been, I probably would still be doing that. I'd probably be an expert in that. But actually the first role was one that came up with the Commonwealth Telecoms Organization, and it was looking at telecoms across the Commonwealth. And for those in the States who don't understand, the Commonwealth, it's the former empire of the UK, which was formed after the breakup of empire and was supposedly there to create a commonwealth between the empire and the UK. And that work was basically took me all around the world. Lots of work in Africa, as you can appreciate, given it's the former imperial history, but also to the Pacific, the Caribbean, and to Asia. And if you think about that time, early noughties, it was really about the breakup of incumbent telecom operators and telecom sectors. And for our region, for Africa, it was the introduction of mobile telephony. Now, for those of you who are much younger, you won't remember a time when Africa had few mobiles and relied on fixed telephony and fax machines and telex machines. And I'm old enough to remember that. And the work we did was basically, how do we liberalize these telecom sectors? How do we drive mobile telephony for development? And it was just a fortuitous blessing to be working in such a fast-paced area, and one that was so important. Anyone who's been to Africa realizes how important mobile telephony is to the region. We know that most of the work that people do in the ICT sector is, for good or for bad, done on mobile telephones. And so my work looked at how, first of all, what's the impact of mobile telephony on the livelihoods of Africans, and then gravitated to, well, voice we know brings a whole heap of benefit. What else might we be able to do? So, you know, eons ago, when we didn't have these devices, the phones were much dumber. It was just about what kind of content we could get onto these phones. So I did work for companies such as Nokia and Ericsson and some of the mobile operators as well, looking at kind of how can we go beyond voice and get content onto people's phones, and how might that impact their lives.
Okay.
And I did that for a long time, for 9 years actually.
Awesome.
And I often tell people it was way too long. I think part of the reason for staying there was, yes, it was interesting for a period, but part of my career there, I've always felt I wasn't confident enough to move elsewhere. I didn't know who else might want me, what else might I be able to do, and how capable I might be.
So you get into the weeds of things. Just stay at the beginning. I just want to know how you got started. So
that is the start. And then the transition was the Web Foundation. They had seen my work in telecoms and said, look, you've done so much on voice. What could you do for mobile internet? Spent 3.5 years there driving internet affordability, mostly in Africa, thankfully. And then that was noticed by Facebook, and Facebook told me to come and interview. So I fell into it, and I was fortunate enough to have fallen into it.
Awesome. Okay. So thank you for that lineage, because that makes it makes a lot of sense in who it is that you are today. So thank you for that. Let's move on to Ayo. How did you get started?
Yeah, I think you know the story better than anybody. So I actually got my exposure to tech super young. At the high school level, specifically like 14, 15 years old. My mom wanted me to spend my summers actually getting a skill in a trade, and I spent that with you at your IT maintenance shop in Maryland, and that's kind of how I got my early exposure. So this is actually a full circle moment where I could say thank you in front of all these people, one, for providing me with the groundwork and where I'm at today. So definitely big shout out to you for that. And what was so pivotal for that was because after that I went to college and I had that foundation that I know I'm going to be able to get through the rigors of the curriculum, right? So knowing that I had this knowledge in me at 14, 15 years old, that's kind of how I got the exposure. So I can't say I just stumbled upon it. My mother, like you said, moms always play a big role. My mother especially kind of pushed me, and then you kind of guided me. And I had that foundational knowledge, and it kind of exposed me to the tech world. And after that, I won't go to the weeds of my career, but it's kind of gotten me from Lockheed Martin to Facebook to Microsoft, and going to be able to take me to the next steps as well too.
Awesome. Thank you for that. And it was honestly, it was a pleasure. Day one was rough. It was rough when he came into my office, and he was wanted to intern with me that summer. That was a quite interesting moment, and I wasn't quite sure. Your mother called me afterwards, said, "How did he do?" I was like, I don't know. I'm not one to give up on anyone, and I told her then that what the promise, that we're not guaranteed tomorrow, but I promise you tomorrow it will be a better day, and that was what I asked in my prayers that night, and it turned out, it got better and better, and I saw the spark that I don't normally see. I've interned a number of people. I've mentored a number of people. And if there's no spark, there's no spark. And if there is a spark, I'm going to light it. I'm not going to just watch it keep sparking. I'm going to light that fuel. I'm going to feel that fire. And one of the things, for those, the previous panel talked about mentorship. One of the things that I always ask of the people I mentor is to teach me something. Teach me something. Let me learn from you. I do not know everything. By no means possible. Already, I've learned a couple of things from Kojo, from the life history that he gave. It's imperative that we understand that there's nothing that comes by chance. You could stumble upon technology, you could be deliberate, go into it, or you could be pushed into it. But there's nothing that I could say more than the fact that wherever you are, be present, and because you don't know where that's going to take you. Thank you for that, Ayo. Quasi, how did you get started?
Yeah, so I'll give you a little intro on my name. Is Pa Kwesi. So that's how you say it. But I appreciate you. Appreciate you. So for me, I've always been interested in tech. I'll give you like a little splurb about me. When I was young, my parents always used to buy me these little small, I don't want to say computers or laptops, but they were like little kiddie computers. And I don't know if anybody remember, but they're called VTech. And I used to have a lot of those VTech computers. So from a very young age, I always used to mess with them, play around with it. And then I would even take a screwdriver and take it apart and try to see what's going on. And, as I progressed, as I've gotten older, the same thing happens. I still pick up tech and try to figure out what's going on. But now we have the power of Google. So now I don't have to take things apart. I could just look it up. But pretty much my interest in tech started very, very early, and it's just continued. It's just a passion now.
Wow. Thank you. Wow, you brought back so many memories, man. VTech. Wow, yeah. Just so that you guys know, let me go back one step further. I got started at, you got to understand something. I was born at a really early age. And at that time, I was excellent. I did everything perfectly. You know why? Because I didn't know better. So all I knew was what I knew. And I was 3 years old, and I took apart my tricycle. I got a spanner, I got a pliers, and I don't know who. Nobody told me how to use them. I just saw my dad use them, and I literally took apart my tricycle. My mother came back home from work. Yes, my mother went to work and left me at home. Thank God I'm still alive. I'm grateful, Mom. But she had to do what she had to do. When she got back home, she saw me and said, "You better put it back together before your father comes home." And over the next couple of hours, I put that tricycle back together. And she told me that story when I was older, obviously, because I didn't remember. When she told me that, she said that's when she knew that would be some kind of an engineer. And she said whatever that I decided to do after that was going to be up to me, but she had a feeling it's going to be either a doctor or an engineer. So there are breadcrumbs all through our lives that we see, and because of those breadcrumbs, we have to believe that there is more out there. And if there's more out there, it's our duty, our obligation to figure what is that? What is the more that's out there? What's going on? Kojo mentioned the fact that he was part of individuals that identified and kind of broke up some of the telecoms into different facets, be it the hardwired or the mobile. Well, back in 1986, was it 1986, 1984? The Telecom Act of that time broke up AT&T, and Verizon got birthed. Southern Bill got birthed, and when that happened, that monopoly got broken up for the sake of diversifying that particular space. Commonwealth, years after that, followed suit. They saw the benefits of it, and they said, yeah, we got to break this thing up, and they did so. But diversifying tech, what does that mean? What does that mean today, in today's society? Because in today's society, things have changed tremendously. I can't even, the first time I taught on a computer, I taught Apple IIc. I don't know if you guys even know what that is. Apple IIc was the first computer program, and I was in front of these students teaching them how to use the computer, and I was like, I don't even know what this thing does, but I got to figure it out. So, and I did, and it was great. But diversifying technology space, what is that? What is, just by the title, give me, what do you guys think that is? What are we talking about here for the audience to understand the purpose of this conversation? Anybody?
I think I would say diversifying tech pretty much means getting people in the tech that look like you and me, or people of other races as well, but just making sure that we look different across the spectrum, and we're not all one color or one race. That's what I would say diversifying tech is.
Okay.
And taking that, sorry, I don't know how this conversation is flowing, but taking that a step further, right? I think it's one thing to kind of have people who are in the tech space that look like you and me, but at the same time, we need to make sure that diversifying tech doesn't mean sprinkling people like you and me in there in roles that are non-technical as well too. So we obviously want to have a diversification in all the different aspects of tech, right? So engineers, UX designers, salespeople, marketing as well too, right? Because overall, this is what determines the overall product. And the importance of this is because based on the actual per capita usage, people like you and me are the ones who are the biggest consumers of tech, right? So if you don't have people in there that are building the product, marketing the product, selling the product for you, the product is truly not going to be for you as well too, right? So I think one, diversifying the tech space from a standpoint of focusing on technical positions, so engineers, security, UX, so on and so forth. But two, understanding that the overall landscape of your entire company needs to have some more diverse professionals, because this is what the outcome is going to be. And the major consumers of this are us as well too. Awesome.
And Kojo, what do you think?
Yeah, I actually don't have much to add on what Io said, to be honest. I think for us, our focus at Facebook is we have 3.3 billion people using our applications every month, and we would like as much as possible, we're aiming for as much as possible for our products to reflect the communities that use them. So for that reason, they have to be built by the communities that use them as well. So that means people, Black people such as us, of course, but certainly as Io mentioned, whether they're Asian or Latino or whatever else, I think it needs to reflect that. But I think there is, due to recent events, and this group is well aware of those, there has to be a concerted effort on ensuring that Black people are at every level of tech companies. So that's young, junior, people who are just coming into the companies, but certainly for us at Facebook, it's also those higher level decision makers in the C-suite, at VP, at director level as well. And we're making a concerted effort to do that. So I think that's what diversity means to me at the moment, is how do we get more Black people, and certainly people of African descent and people and Africans into Facebook.
Awesome. Well, thank you. I think you've all spoken wisely, and you're right. Diversifying in tech space is the human aspect of it, right? That's the human capital. What do we do with the individuals that we put into these various roles, and what kind of individuals we put into these various roles? So we've talked about the soft skills being necessary upon hiring. It's very important that individuals know themselves and know, by doing so, you'll be able to have a better fit in the different industries that we choose to be in. In tech space, that means that we have to make sure that these same individuals are not just anybody. We're not trying to fill a quota, but we want to be able to put quality, not just quantity. Quantity is important. As a matter of fact, I mentioned earlier in the first one that one of the companies I'm associated with, Jambro, our numbers actually 60%, and that 60% is not just 60% diversity. We want females to occupy that space, and if at all possible, to the entire team to be African based, because our product for that particular company is focused at this inception on the continent. Like, these are the individuals we want to be able to have the most impact, because they're the ones most impacted by our products. So wisely said, this diversifying this tech space is going to take a concerted effort. And I want to get into it a little bit further. I want to go one step deeper. I asked this question earlier today, and I wanted to get a fresh opinion of the panelists today. Do you think that the current corporate diversity, current corporate diversity and inclusion programs, do they work? Are they effective? And if they're not as effective as they ought to be, what tweaks would you suggest? We don't know who's listening. We would like to believe that individuals of influence at the C level, at the higher levels, are listening. And if they are, what's the one thing, two thing? What do you think might be the next thing that we might be able to do in that corporate diversity and inclusion aspect? This format, the previous format, I directed questions at individuals. This time around, I wanted us to have a little bit more open dialogue. So if you feel so inclined, assume the floor, and I'm yielding the floor to anybody that's open to answer that question.
Yeah, I can start with that. And I think that's a good question. And I get that question often, right? So I think, not taking anything away from, people whose role is focused on diversity and inclusion, right? That's a very important thing, right? There was an interesting stat. So I used to work at Facebook, right? So I won't give too much intel, but I did know that there was a certain high percent of the actual hires came from people who knew somebody who worked at the company, right? So that tells you something there, like, okay, I need to get into the company more times than not. I need to know somebody who works there as well too, right? So it's not just as simple as a recruiter reaching out blindly to, recruit people as well too. It takes the people who are actually working there, the engineers, the data scientists, the people who are in the jobs to actually take that whatever percentage of their day to focus on, hey, let me, reach back and actually get my friend or my colleague or somebody, a skilled professional job, somebody who ideally looks like you, that job as well too, right? Because the percentage goes up when you're more prepared to get into the role, because this person can work with you. And then two, you also have that recommendation that they can provide you as well too, right? So to answer your question, ultimately, I think there needs to be an onus not only on the, diversity diversity recruiters to do this work, but there also needs to be an onus on each of the professionals at the job, right? You can't just be blindly focusing on your work. You have to be able to kind of reach out and actually do the work as well too, by kind of pulling the next candidates in as well too. So that's my answer there.
Okay. Anyone else?
Yeah, I can jump in. I think there were two questions there. I'm not sure I can answer the second one in its entirety. I think the first one is, do we think that diversity and inclusion programs are working? And as I said, I think I'm specifically focused on Black people and getting Black people into tech. I think if we ask that question honestly, I think the answer is no. And I think for a long time, diversity inclusion has meant in many companies, diversity inclusion for those other groups that we've spoken about today. So it's diversity inclusion for women for the most part. And I think there's been a lot of success there, and the battle's still to be won, but there's been a lot of success there. I don't think there's been, until, again, as I mentioned, these recent events such as George Floyd, such as the events with Trump, such as the protests here in the UK, there hasn't been for a long time the focus on getting Black people into tech. So I think there's lots of work to be done there. I'm pleased at the goals set out by companies on getting Black people into tech and getting them actually at the highest levels of those companies as well. And I think Facebook is well documented. I don't need to wax lyrical about the targets we've set for ourselves between now and 2023. In terms of the changes, I think, again, we don't have enough time to go through all the changes that I think, and I'm not a D&I professional, but I think are necessary. But some of the things that Ayo's touched on, referrals, and how we treat the referrals from existing Black staff and follow those through to ensure that we give those referrals the best opportunity to be interviewed, go through loops, etc., I think is really important. Organizations setting really bold goals about the number of people, Black people they want working in the companies and at which particular level, and being public about those goals and sharing those with staff, I think is super important. Recruiters, how recruiters think about diversity, how they think about conscious and subconscious bias, how they think about how we guide young Black professionals through loops, through interview processes. How do we inform them as well? I think are some of the big changes we can make straight out of the bat. And I don't think those are particularly hard changes. And then in addition to recruiters, having more Black recruiters. One of the challenges that lots of tech companies, including Facebook, has spoken about, and I'm one of those fortunate ones that when I interviewed for Facebook, I was interviewed by 4 people, 2 of whom were Black. The experience of many candidates coming in and sitting on loops across the tech sector is actually, they were interviewed by people that didn't look like them, sound like them, have the same background as them, and that for me is a disadvantage. And I think those are changes that can quickly be implemented.
Awesome. You know, I like some of the points that's been said thus far. The transparency being one of the key things. When you're transparent with your goals, especially as a corporation, as a company, that lends itself to automatic attraction, because everyone who's going to be able to say, okay, at least I know the direction that this company is going, and I want to get on that bandwagon. One of the books that I read over the years is one is called Good to Great. And Good to Great is a book by a gentleman by the name of Jim Collins. And one of the things it speaks about was putting people in the right position when they come in. So starting people off on the right track, it's almost like a fast track situation, and that makes a big difference. Don't put the driver in the conductor's seat, and don't put the conductor in the passenger seat, and definitely do not make the passenger the conductor. If everybody's in the right position on the bus, they're able to get to the destination faster. So as you drive the agenda of the different companies that we are part of, that agenda has to be with the understanding that who needs to be here and why. As a matter of fact, it's probably, why do we need somebody here? And then once we understand why we need somebody here, then let's go after the who, because now we know why the person needs to be there. So Good to Great, it had a lot of good nuggets on how to, I think, I wouldn't necessarily say the chapter was not about diversifying, but it did speak about why people ought to be where they are.
Victory. I think that's important, and I don't know if we're getting onto the same thing. I haven't read the book, and I think I'll certainly look it up. But this idea of setting people up for success. So how if you go out and you make these changes and you fulfill these goals that you have, these big bold goals about getting Black people, Africans as well, straight into these tech companies, then how do we set them up to be really successful and to climb through those companies? I think is super, super important. Actually, it's one of the things that at Facebook that we're actually assessed against as managers, is how, what was that person set up for success? And I think actually doing that and tracking whether that's actually happened as well is like kind of a key goal. So I'm not quite sure if that's what the book was getting at, but I'm 100% aligned about the importance of positioning people, putting square pegs in square holes, etc. is really, really important.
All right. Yeah, it did. Like I said, it alluded. The chapter wasn't about that, but it alluded to a lot of the good points that preceded that. Now let's go. Let's talk about that. Let's stay here for a second, because onboarding, the process of onboarding individuals into a company is not always the same. You mentioned that there were 4 people that interviewed you when you took your current position, and 2 of which were Black. Now, Ayo, how many people interviewed you when you interviewed for Facebook?
Total, it was about six people, and none of them were Black.
And none of them were Black. Okay. Pakwesi, how many people interviewed you at Lockheed Martin?
Honestly, just one.
Just one.
One person.
Okay.
Yeah.
One is all it needed, bro.
One is all it needed.
That's all it
I
needed.
guess I was lucky in that sense.
Yeah. I don't know about luck. I have a problem when people say luck. I'm gonna challenge you on that. Luck doesn't exist. You create your own luck. You build your own luck, and you weren't lucky. If that individual felt some kind of way about it, guess what? You would not be there.
That's true.
So you came up. You created a situation that ultimately got you hired. The number of people that interviewed you, that was important, but that was irrelevant to your skill set, irrelevant to you. You were the catch of the day. And he did not feel necessary for him to go into his advisor panel and say, yeah, I need you to come talk to this person as well. So you did a good enough job that one person was enough. I myself, in my current position, I was interviewed 4 interviews, each one, the first 2 by individuals, the last 2 were by 4 people in the morning and 2 in the afternoon. And the last person was I didn't even know that was an interview. I was more of a conversation. So yeah, I would say you were fortunate to only have to go through it once. The pressure of being in a interview process, I would say that was fortunate. But no, I don't think it was luck. I really think it as individuals, we come up, we show up, and then that's what we get. You as they say in some of the sports channels, that I play to whatever the defense gives me, and that's what you have to do, right?
Right.
So let's go back to the diversity, because all of us here today are individuals. All of us today are male in this panel. But I do not want to lose track of what it is that females bring to the table. So I'm going to ask the question, in your opinions, how does female, it used to be that I need to meet my minority quota, right? So I need to make sure there was Black or brown person represented in my arena, or just a minority, period. And then I need to make sure they were female. So what will companies do? They will hire one female that will fit all 3 categories and say, you know what, I'm done. I'm done for the day. That hasn't worked. And in this day and age, things have changed. Oh, by the way, can you guys share real quick what cities you in? What city are you in, Pakwesi?
I'm in Los Angeles.
Los Angeles, okay. Kojo, where are you?
I'm in London.
You're in London, okay. And Ayo, where are you?
Atlanta.
Atlanta, okay. Myself, I'm in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. So those are different. I think I can safely say that we're all in different markets. So in the market that you are in today, how are you envisioned, or what do you envision for the female community where you are? What's that look like in the jobs, in the workspace? Do you feel like there's more coming in? Do you feel like they're not just particularly in your particular company, but as you network in the tech industry, are you seeing more female faces? And if so, what colors are they? What's going on?
I think it's an interesting question, right? Because when you look at the panel, you're dealing with 3 Black men. So I think that tells you what we're missing a lot of that representation in the tech space, right? And I'll just talk about my experience right now. 1, I'm the only Black person on my team on Azure, right? And then 2, there's no Black women, and there's 1 other woman on the team out of 20, right? So yes, to ultimately wrap that up, there is a lack of diversity when it comes to gender, as well as also race as well too, right? Some ways that we can kind of take strides are kind of the similar ways I was talking about it before as well too. Being intentional to reach back not only reach back, but also get people to get these skills as well too. Helping people prep for their interviews, training people, providing them with. It's not enough to just click a button and submit a referral, but you also need to be able to pour into them and provide that time spent to make sure that they're set up for success. Similar to what Kojo was saying as well too, right? And being set up for success not only stems in the job, but even making it into the role as well too, right? So to answer your question, ultimately there is a lack of female representation in the tech space. I do know that number is changing. I think a lot of women are taking on these boot camps that are providing them with a lot more access to the skills. I mean, not just one step of the pipeline to be able to get them and bring them into these roles again, right? And ultimately, this is important because, like I said before, we want to have products that are inclusive for everybody, right? And we think about our consumers, we want women to kind of have an influence on the products that they're creating because they're some of the, obviously, the large consumer of the products as well, too.
Yeah, and
go ahead.
I think what Io said, he perfectly encapsulated that. I think it's really important that we do get more women into the industry because a lot of times, it's a male-dominated industry. I mean, the majority of the people that work in the industry are males, so we can have that herd mentality where, the thoughts that we have are really towards males, and we need that female creativity. Like for products that are developed, we need that female creativity to direct for them as well, because they're the ones that will also enjoy the products that are created. So awesome. I definitely agree in that aspect.
Yeah.
I want you to stay right there for a second, Kwesi, because I want you to, Pakwesi rather, I want you to stay right there. The creativity that females bring to the table. Talk more about that.
I think in general, male and female, people are creative, right? Mm-hmm. But I think, me personally, I just think that women have that just extra little spark. It's something that, I don't know if it's a cultural thing or a historical thing, because it's always been a male-dominated society where most of the decisions have been made by males. So we lose that female thought process. And now that we're having more women in those positions, now we're getting that creativity. So it looks different to us. And maybe that's what makes it so unique and so great. But me personally, I think, that women bring something to the table that is just so unique that it just has to be there for your product to work.
Good. I think, thank you for that. I think, Kojo, you were about to say something before.
Yeah, no, for me, the question was, the initial question was, what does recruitment, most notably of female women, look like in London? I think that's a difficult question for me to answer, because I certainly believe that prior to this pandemic, human capital was very, very much mobile, and I buy into that, right? So the London sector was in part a reflection of the sector in the US and the sector in Africa. Certainly within Facebook, we have people from all over the world working in London. And actually listening to Io and Pakwesi, I realized that actually why we have this overarching lack of inclusion, female inclusion within the tech space, I think it's a lot worse in the areas of tech that they work in. I'm not an engineer. You asked how we got into this. My background is development studies and African history. Io and Pakwesi have particular skills that I simply don't have. If you look at the work that I do, where we work on the policy side of how tech works, certainly within Facebook, and by no means this is the picture everywhere, I see an incredible amount of excellence and inclusion. Nowhere near enough, but inclusion in the work that we do in the sub-Saharan African continent. I think about this way. My boss, Abele Kobe, is a woman. She brought me into Facebook. She brought many, many other Black men and women into Facebook. My team within Africa is arranged as an Eastern Horn of Africa team, a Southern Africa team, an Anglophone West Africa team, and a Francophone team. All 4 heads of those teams are brilliant African women. My head of connectivity is a man, but for the most part, I think within policy, and I'd have to check the stats. We had a brilliant woman on in the previous session, Sade and Tosin. I hope people watched their session with Dr. Remy. It was excellent. We do have excellent women, Black African women within tech. and really influencing the nature of these products, how they're used, the policies behind them, etc. We just need to do much, much more. But thinking about my situation personally, actually, I see an incredible amount. And the creativity that Parkwesi spoke about. Look, men and women, in my view, often think very, very differently, and not having that input from women when it comes to these products, how they're run, is a huge miss from my point of view. I have a bias. I'm a man that grew up with my mum and 4 younger sisters, and that was our household. So I have a great belief and understanding of the creativity, excellence, resilience, toughness of women, and how impactful that can be on lives. And I think if we had a lot more women in positions of power, we might have a very, very different world to the one we have now. Sorry for the long answer, Victory.
No, not at all. I actually enjoyed, you actually pointed out a few things that I'm actually going to highlight, and I want to draw a little bit further on. I think you're right. The segment prior was full of so many nuggets, and I'm going to pull back and draw on one of them right now. But to your point, the obviously Facebook has the policies and intent to make sure that they stay, or they further the agenda of inclusion and diversity. So as you stated, being around enough individuals both at home and at work currently, in your opinion, yeah, it seems like it's working.
I caveated that though.
I did. That's a caveat I want to build on.
Okay.
So in at first opinion, at first sight, it appears it's working. But then you went further to say that, well, it has to be more. And not just a little bit, it has to be a lot more. Because the numbers don't lie. The numbers are the numbers, and they don't lie. And according to the numbers, 1% of tech is female.
Yeah.
It's a joke. It's literally laughable to consider. So where do we go from here? And here's a thought. Here's a thought, because I asked you guys, well, how do we do this? What nuggets, what tweaks can we put? Well, here's one of my tweaks, and here's something that I believe that might just start to shift the balance or move the needle at a higher rate, and that's mentorship. It was alluded to in the previous section. Mentorship has been something that is age old. I mean, my God, we listen and we read the Bible. For those of us that are Christians, we read the Bible, and that's a mentor. That's literally reading the ideas of what we believe to be someone who can make a change and make a difference in our lives. And to whoever has a different religion or whatever the case may be, that's the basics for mentorship, right? It starts somewhere, and we all have it. We just don't understand what it is that we have. Now, taking that one step further, how do we apply those things? Well, mentorship comes in different formats, and I think Shadi alluded to this fact. You can have a mentor for different things. You can have a financial mentor. You can have a spiritual mentor. A lot of spiritual mentors are pastors these days, right? You can have a business mentor, be it a private business or entrepreneur business or just a business as a whole. You can have a marriage mentor. There was a period of when I was married. My wife at the time and I were mentors to other couples. And I don't just mean just like one or two. We had several different couples that will come over or that we'll have phone calls with, and we would mentor them as they started their marriage life. And as a matter of fact, I moved to Florida, and outside of that domain that I was doing that with, and a couple reached out to us down here and flew down and said, hey, let's have dinner. We broke bread, and they said, hey, we want you guys to be our marriage mentors. I'm like, well, I'm not part of that program. Like, we know, but we still want you guys to be part of, because they see what we had and how we handle affairs, and that was important to them. And of course, what we're talking about today, career mentors. Career mentors in the sense that we are where other people want to be. I look at the accolades, I look at the positions and the things that you guys have been able to do, some in a short period of time, some by purpose, some by stumbling blocks, but we all got there because of the work that we've done. So in your own right, today, we're all mentors, right? And in that right, what can we do as mentors of the next generation to say, hey, female A, B, and C, let's have a conversation. Now, I am going to say this because it needs to be said. We as men cannot take advantage of our positions. And that has been the Me Too movement, right? Men being in the position of power and saying, hey, if you want this, you got to do this. So we have to be responsible with what we have. We're all leaders on the panel today. We all have different responsibilities with that, but the accountability that comes with it. So the question I'm going to ask you guys is this: with accountability in place, with intent in place, how do you think mentorship, in your opinion, how do you think mentorship can be a catalyst to diversify tech space? And feel free.
Yeah, I'll take that. And I think, the thing that, so ultimately, I feel like the tech space has a long way to go, right? And there's no, light, flip that we're going to say like, hey, now we're going to get, hit these metrics in terms of diversity, right? But one thing that I've observed, and I think from my early exposure to tech, is that a lot of the people that I collaborate with in the tech space, whether that be Microsoft, Facebook, or Lockheed, they have early exposure to tech, right? And either they came from somebody where their father's worked under their uncle or something that they've had an early exposure to it, right? And then they get pipelined into, some of these top tech schools, right? Like the MITs and so on and so forth, right? So I think, to answer your question, there's a lot of different ways, but if we start at the root, if we start at the maybe not the K level, but the middle school and high school level, getting that early exposure, right? It's happening now, but we need to ensure that people that look like you and I, students are taking these AP courses as well, to getting computer science under their belt, understanding the foundational knowledge, right? Tech, there needs to be so much of an emphasis on it where by the end of high school you should be able to create your own website, right? There should be some foundational knowledge that you have before you even leave high school, that you have technical apps to be competitive in the space to break into tech, right? Not only to get a tech job, but also because the rise of entrepreneurship requires it, right? You need to have so many skills and so many different things to build what you want from the ground up to be able to do that, right? And that's something I do with my nonprofit Techgiving as well too, right? We're focused on breaking students, Black and brown students, and giving them not only tech exposure with programs and teaching them the foundational knowledge, but also giving them resources too. That's a big thing, right? The thing about, we're all in this dispersed world right now. We're all communicating via StreamYard, Zoom, so on and so forth, right? But if we don't have the hardware, if you don't have the the bandwidth in terms of Wi-Fi and the accessibility, you ultimately cannot be able to participate in this this tech boom, right? And who does that typically leave out? It's the Black and brown people who are disenfranchised, who don't have access to this, right? So we need to, one, be able to pour back monetarily to be able to make sure that our students and the young people can kind of have this access to resources, but two, also need to be able to pour back in terms of time to be able to work with them and kind of give them this early exposure as well. So we can't rely solely on the schools to do it, but we also have to pour into us being the technical professionals to also provide like, hey, this is some knowledge you need to get early, so that way you kind of have that foundational knowledge that when you're going on your path of your tech trajectory, you also know that where you're going, because you also have that foundational knowledge as well too.
Thank you for sharing.
Yeah, I think Io brings up a great point, and I'll share a little bit of my experience as well. I studied computer engineering at University of Maryland, Baltimore County, and I could say that a lot of my classmates, first of all, in my program, there were not a lot of people of color. There was very few, and I can say that the people that did have an easier time were people who were in white communities, who were more exposed. I wasn't as exposed to some of the programming languages and coding that they were. And I'm sure that it still translates to this day. I don't know how much better it's been. It's been a little while since I've been in college, but I can say from experience, what Io was saying is true. We do need more representation. We do need more mentorship in Black and brown communities, starting from an earlier age, so that as you grow older, you're more prepared. As you get to your UMBCs and your temples, that you're more prepared to take on the rigors of those courses.
Thank you for sharing. Wow, it's amazing, because Tosin mentioned this earlier in the previous section, in this previous segment, where she said that she actually had to build a website, right? And she built it not because of anything other than the fact that there was no Shopify back then. She had to do it from scratch, and that kind of made me chuckle, because computers these days, it's cheaper to just go buy a new one. Where I came from a generation where I actually went to computer shops and built computers from scratch. That was my pastime, and had to. I think you remember. There was always computers laid out, opened up, and you had to put them together.
They're everywhere.
Everywhere. So that's something that you're right. It has to start early. Ayo is a product of that. He started early and he saw the benefit of that. Somebody's asking the question, like, for the companies that we represent today, do they have programs where they go in early and seek out these talents and foster these programs that might do so? Are you guys aware of any programs today that in the companies that you work for today that they might have a program that they seek out talent in the earlier stages, high school or sophomore and below?
I wouldn't say for high school. Not for me. I'm not aware of any programs that seek out high schoolers.
So one thing, so it's funny, I used to work for the same company Pakwesi worked for. I used to work for Lockheed Martin. I also used to work for the same company that Kojo worked for as well too. So I know Lockheed Martin actually has an apprenticeship program for high schoolers specifically, actually. This is where they can come on, and you actually don't even have to be a graduate. You can come on and start working there early. However, I would say Google that. I don't have the exact knowledge of it. They did have apprentices working there, so they would get that tech exposure early as well too. So I do know that they do that. As for Microsoft, they have two things on the collegiate level. They have their Microsoft Explore program, which is essentially like a pipeline that allows students to kind of not only come in and say, hey, I'm going to be a software engineering intern, or I'm going to be a data science intern. You pretty much get to pick your own path and kind of get exposure to different types of tech, which I think is great young, right? Because people don't have these decisions made in terms of the lane that you want to go into in tech until very late. Even me, like, I kind of figured out my niche in this tech world probably about 1 or 2 years ago, right? And I've been in it since I was 14, so you guys can do the math. I won't say my age, but ultimately, ultimately, I say that all to say is that they do have these programs. So Microsoft has the Explore program, so definitely Google that. They also have an HBCU Connect. So I'm not sure if there's any HBCU grads or students that are from HBCUs, but look out for that as well too. So that it's like a pipeline where they recruit specifically from students from the big HBCUs, all HBCUs as well too. So I do know those two as well. So definitely Google HBCU Connect, the Explore program, and for Lockheed Martin, Google their apprenticeship program.
And the apprenticeship program, that's for that's collegiate level, correct?
No, that's
high school level.
That's a high school level. That's a high school level.
Okay.
Yeah, and Facebook certainly does. So I'm not sure of all the programs in the States, but for Alice, who asked the question, do look up, because I know from university, certainly university programs we have. I'm not sure about high school, but I assume there's something there. At the same time, we are doing much more in Europe on these issues as well. Quickly, Victory, can I just return to the mentorship question as I understood it? So I wanted to make sure people understood my caveat, which is that we have nowhere near enough women in tech at this point in time, and nowhere near enough Black women, as you can appreciate, even less Black women. And the point I was trying to make is that I believe the numbers are probably much worse when you look at the engineering side of tech. So there's lots of work to be done overall, but certainly much more work to be done on the engineering side of tech. And I just want to touch on your mentorship question as well, which is, in my view, the biggest thing we can do with regard to mentorship is actually putting Black women in positions of decision-making positions at the highest level of these companies. I think we hear a lot about mentorship, and the assumption is that your mentor will have a direct relationship with mentee. But certainly in my life, and we heard it from Tosin and Sade as well, they have been mentored by people who have been very, very far away, just by the example they've set in their life. And I think if we can put Black women in positions, decision-making positions, and make sure that young Black ladies understand, see, they're visible to those young Black ladies, that provides a huge amount of mentorship. So I just wanted to stress that point.
Yeah, I think I agree with you, particularly with the last part, where you have females in position so that they can be visible. Premier Legacy Foundation is exploring all kinds of partnerships with corporations, and the sole purpose is for emerging leaders, and to try to get these programs exposure to the companies. What do you may not necessarily know the particular answer, but partnerships is another way of getting it done. Today, the company may not have great communication about what they're doing. I knew of something about Lockheed, and Pakwesi, who's currently there, wasn't aware. It wasn't because he didn't care. It was just simply he wasn't aware. So that means that the communication can definitely be garnered and fostered in that area. And that's where Legacy Premier Foundation comes into play. Their sole purpose is to do that. So they can be the billboard for this particular venture for some of these companies, not just with the companies being represented today, but for all companies. So as we network, be sure to put it out there. Let people know Legacy Premier Foundation is partnering with corporations like Lockheed Martin, like Microsoft, like Facebook. Funny thing, I work for Microsoft, and I did also work with Lockheed Martin. Lockheed Martin was the company that called me in. They actually bought the company that I was with, and then when there was time for them to shed the weight, I didn't get shed. I didn't get shed not because of anything other at the time than my skin color. I was the only Black person on the engineering team at the level of senior engineer. They had no senior Black engineers on doing what I was doing. We only had one. I was on the system side, and one of my best friends, Brian Tunson, he was on the network side. So it was just two of us in the entire and at that level. And every time there was a meeting, we got called upon to represent and to speak about different things just to show face. Now, today, things have changed a lot, and the programs have gotten bigger, but it's still, to Kojo's point, underrepresented. You want to hear another fact? 1%, less than 1% of the companies that go on the stock exchange are by females that run the company. Less than 1%.
Yeah.
It's a total joke. So the effort and the intent for today's tech industry has to be two-sided, has to ensure that while we don't leave behind the Black and brown people, while we don't leave behind our fellow Africans, we have to make sure it's inclusive of the gender, right? So the gender females have to be included in that. And I use the word gender sparsely only because today the understanding has gotten a little bit broader. There's he. You have to give your pronouns these days when you talk to people. He, her, and he, him, and it might be he, her. That I've heard that they, them. I've heard that in some of the conversations I've had with individuals because they don't necessarily identify with a gender. So when it comes to that diversity, they simply just want to have individuals in the forefront. So with all that being said, and you guys have spoken in the different areas, I do want us to ask, what are your final thoughts on diversity in the workplace? Final thoughts on diversity in Africa and how to get that done. Can you guys share your final thoughts with me so we can wrap up this session? I think we have all shared.
I'll be brief, right? I think I've talked a lot about diversity in workspace, but I definitely think diversity in Africa is definitely big, right? Because let me say this, right? There's a big investment that these larger tech companies are making in Africa, right? Everybody on this panel knows it, right? So the same thing I've been kind of saying before, right? If there's going to make that effort to have these buildings in Africa, right? In terms of Facebook moving, having a location in Africa, Microsoft having a location in Nigeria specifically, they need to ensure that Africans are the ones who are there building the products, having that influence, right? Ultimately, it can't be a situation where they come, they make their money, they bring it back to the States or the UK or so on and so forth, right? Because ultimately, that doesn't do anything for Africa at the end of the day, right? It just leaves the well dry. So ultimately, my thoughts on how we diversify that is the same thing that we're trying to do for our Black and brown students in the States, right? Getting people these skills, right? I know there's a lot of different barriers for that in terms of Africa as well too, but there needs to be an extra emphasis put on Africa because of that as well too, right? Because the tech companies are focusing on tapping into this market, right? Facebook has achieved such a peak in terms of what I think they're at 2.4 billion users at this point, right? And one area that they want to focus on is Africa, because that is a large open area market for them to kind of increase their user and engagement as well too, right? So thinking of that and taking that in the thought process of other tech companies, they're going to make this investment in Africa. How do we make sure that Africans have the skills to not only build up these tech companies and keep the money in the actual continent, and two, build their own tech companies as well too, right? It's great to see the Flutterwave, it's great to see the Paystack, it's great to see the rise of all these fintech companies, but we need to take that across the whole board, right? Not just fintech Africa, but every single African social media, so on and so forth. I know we have 4 minutes, so I won't go too much, but you can see I'm pretty passionate about this topic right here.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Actually, Ayo has a nonprofit that gives things back, his give back to the community. So just wanted to mention that as well. Pakwesi, any closing remarks?
Yeah, I think where we are right now, we all can agree is not ideal in terms of diversity, but I do think that's come from a subconscious level of not really paying attention to those things. And I think now moving forward, it's time that we be more conscious about things, more conscious about having people of color, and then more conscious about having women as well. So I think I'll leave with that remark.
Awesome, awesome. Now, Kojo, before you make your closing remarks, understand this, guys. This individual has a laundry list of things that he has done and yet to do. So I really want to put emphasis on the policy side, because whereas it's not necessarily techie per se, but the policies that the techs do program to, the things that we have to make sure that are in place, it comes from policy, right? So policy has to be in place, and that's what we build. We build something for that. We build according to what the policies are. So he has such a unique perspective on this, and I don't want that to be lost. But without any further ado, Kojo, what are your closing remarks?
Closing remarks on diversity. We've done nowhere near enough with regard to Black people, certainly of African people, and as Pakwesi has mentioned, I think the challenge we have with getting women into tech is now well documented. We have to have big, bold goals about doing that and getting Black people and Black women in. We need to be working towards those goals and setting those targets to be done in the shortest possible time. And we need to be vocal about it. Those of us who are currently in tech need to be as deliberate and vocal about getting more people, Black people, into tech as possible. And I think that's where it really starts, to be frank. And hold our companies accountable is number one.
Well, thank you to each one of you guys. You guys have done an excellent job in breaking down diversity in tech, what it means, how to understand it, some of the challenges that we face, and of course, how do we make it a better situation. The reality of the situation is still, as Kojo pointed out, we're very far from getting to any happy medium, much less going above and beyond. But for now, we want to make sure that we do not keep our rest in our laurels. We might be in positions where we are happy with our career trajectory, but that's not enough. To his point, again, we have to be intentional in mentioning these things. Hey, we brought on 5 new engineers. I didn't see a female among them. I didn't see a person of color among them. We have to say something, because our opinion does matter. We're there because our opinion matters. We're there for our skill set and our opinions, and let's make sure we use that platform. And that's one of the primary reasons why I've been able to keep lockstep with Legacy Premier Foundation in what they're striving to accomplish with this particular program and all the other programs that they have. It's been a great situation. And I'm glad. We have one late question. I don't know if I can take it, but let's see. The question is, I want to ask about the kind of grades or qualifications necessary for college students like me to get into positions where you are, especially considering that I have to compete with non-Black Africans. Who would like to?
I'll speak on this because I could say that it's definitely easier to get into these tech companies when you have better grades. If you're comparing somebody if you're comparing people by their grade point averages. But I think the one thing that's most important is your knowledge set. It doesn't really matter what your grades are as much as if you know what you're coming in to do. If you know your subject material, you know what you're working on. I think there's people that work at Facebook and Microsoft that don't have degrees. They don't have college diplomas, but they have the knowledge and the skill set to get into those positions. So I think that's more important than even the grades.
Yeah, and just real quick, I know we're like on time. Pretty much what Kwesi said, right? The skill always outweighs the grades, right? The grades get you your foot in the door at an entry level. I will say that, so don't overlook your grades, right? I'm definitely not saying overlook that, but ultimately have the skills, right? If you have the skills, you know, you're going to be able to progress in your career, right? You're always going to be in demand if you have the skills. Your grades can't keep you in demand much longer outside of your, you know, entry level. So think about that. Just keep the skills. The skills will always come first. The grades, you know, will get you in the door essentially.
Awesome, awesome. Well, thank you again, guys, for contributing to today's success, and I appreciate the what you've done thus far in your career. So keep on, waxing off. Keep on keeping on. It's going to be a situation pretty soon where we'll get called back and to do this all over again. And the hopes is that it won't be 3 gentlemen of worth, but it will actually be women of worth included into this. I know they're out there. Today, we have a few of them that spoke with us today. Shadi Dada and Tosin Adeniji both are in the tech space, and they both spoke very brilliantly, and they are out there. We just have to make that effort to make sure they're included. Thank you again for making this a special day. Thank you for the fact that you are giving Dr. Remy Dule an early birthday present by doing this. So kudos to all of you, and thank you once again.
Before you kick us off, looks like you kicked us off. Not yet. I would like to just extend and say, like, hey, you know, anybody who's in the audience can definitely reach out to me and connect with me. One, for mentorship and how to break into tech. I always want to keep the conversation going, right? So reach out to me, Ayodele Duyele on LinkedIn. Reach out and connect if you have any questions in terms of mentorship or prep for anything technical. And I just want to extend that olive branch out there. I'm always a resource for anybody who's listening.
Awesome, awesome. It takes one to know one. So with that being said, I want to bring back to the forefront one of the people that, again, I hold near and dear to everything that she has been able to do. I've always asked her to make sure I'm included, and she has not given me an opportunity. She's called me out every time, like, you said so, and I'm glad that she continues to do that. I really appreciate Dr. Remy for the opportunity to host today's event, and I bring her back to have her share her closing remarks as well. Dr. Remy, the floor is yours. Gentlemen, I bid you adieu.
Thank you also very much. Victory, you are amazing. Thank you for holding the fort a few hours. You've been up and going and still going. Thank you so much. On behalf of the board of directors and that team at Legacy Premier Foundation, I want to say a big thank you to each and every one of you. I don't even know where to begin than to thank you all very much. You are all making us proud out there, and we're thankful. Kojo, it's probably late in London, but you're still up just for us. Little Legacy Premier Foundation, we're very excited. We're thankful that you can still stay this late with us. And we're looking to see how we can collaborate and help to do what you're doing in Africa, because that's part of our market. I want to say thank you to Kwame. I know some of you have already signed off. You all rock. You're just amazing. Ayo, I'm so proud that I'm your mother, and I do thank God that you have the heart to give. That's what it's all about. If you can't give, you don't need to leave. That's my philosophy. Tosin was amazing. These are great women that I'm going to be leaning on their shoulder. There's something called reverse mentorship, reverse relationship. We all can leverage each other. Jean in absentia, Jean Phil, thank you so very much. Pakwezi, oh my God, you guys rock. You are just another son, and I really appreciate what you guys are doing in the world. Inyi's not here, but we say shout out to Inyi, making us proud out there. We need more Inyis and likes of Inyis. Moses, we need more Jamboros out there. Jimmy Teller, we say shout out to you. Thank you for being an amazing moderator. Sade Dada, my beautiful sister, you are amazing. Thank you for making us proud. We're looking forward to greater things that you will be doing. And Jeffrey, in absentia, we say thank you to all of you. Toby, Alice, Isaac, Juan, Emily, Ashley, these are all our interns who have made today possible. Thank you so very much to each and every one of you. I hope I didn't leave any name out. If I did, please forgive me. I'll pay for it. Thank you all so very much. Let's continue this conversation. Let it not just end here. Let's network. It's all about giving back, learning, earning, and returning, and keep making us proud and keep making God proud. God bless you. God bless America. God bless Africa, and God bless the United Kingdom, because we know Kojo is representing there, so we have to include that. So thank you all very much. I'm so excited. You've just made my birthday special. I'm really excited that something like this can come at a first instance, and you guys have just been great. Stay tuned. We're going to come back for more. We're Oliver Twist because we want to share you with the world. Thank you very much. God bless you.